HOJO Radio.
This is Sandy Becker saying, keep cooking with Crisco. It's all vegetable. It's digestible.
Presents the Cavalcade of America. Are people interested in chemistry, in the miracles of chemical research? Apparently they are. 10,000 people have written to DuPont, sponsors of the Cavalcade of America, for a free booklet and chart offered on this program 2 weeks ago. This booklet is called The Kinship of DuPont Products. It traces the amazing relationship between chemical discoveries, and the chart is a sort of family tree of chemical science. Perhaps you missed hearing this offer or forgot to send in your request. A limited number of the booklets are still available. If you want one, just write to DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware, and ask for your free copy of the chemical booklet and chart. Remember the address, DuPont, D-U-P-O-N-T, Wilmington, Delaware. The DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra sets the scene with a special overture based on 3 characteristic railroad songs. The railroad cars are coming, I've been working on the railroad, and drill ye tarriers, drill. As the American cavalcade passes in review, we realize again the tremendous part played by the railroads in the building of America. But back of the railroads were men, dreamers, planners, doers. The men who helped open up the country, made it accessible to millions, bridged its rivers, tunneled its mountains, conquered its deserts. Men whom nothing could daunt in the performance of their prodigious tasks. On a June morning in 1855, we find two people in the Berkshire Mountains of Massachusetts, following the ancient Mohawk Trail, worn smooth by generations of silent, moccasined feet. Herman Haupt and his young wife.
Oh, Herman, dear, I'm almost exhausted. Oh, couldn't we rest for a few minutes?
Oh, not now, Liebchen. Why, we're almost at the summit. Come along.
Oh, my feet are so sore. Why did I ever insist on coming on this terrible journey?
Now, be brave. You'll be rewarded very soon. When you see that view, all your soreness will be forgotten. Oh, wait, stop, Liebchen.
What is it now?
I think this is the place. Close your eyes. Tight.
They are closed tight.
Now, give me your hand. But don't open your eyes until I tell you. Promise.
I might as well.
Good. Now, this way. A few steps more. Wait till I push this little tree out of the way. Now, open.
Herman.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I've never seen anything so lovely in all my life. Oh, those blue hills away over there.
They are on the far side of the Hudson River, Liebchen. That is Albany through there.
Oh, it's wonderful.
And yet this beautiful Hoosick Mountain where we are standing is like a great iron gate shut against the further growth of Boston.
Well, how do you mean, Herman?
See, the blue becomes very faint and cold.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond there is the Mohawk Valley, the great natural highway to the west. Down it rolls all the produce of the farms, the trade and commerce of Ohio, Indiana, Iowa.
Oh.
But what happens when this great flood of goods reaches the Hudson? I tell you, instead of coming straight on east, a good part of it is deflected by this mountain and goes down the river to New York.
Can't anything be done about it?
That is why we are here. Something can be done, and your husband hopes to be the man to do it. I am going to build a railroad tunnel as straight as a die, 3-4 miles long, right beneath where we are standing.
Through all this terrible rock? Under this mountain?
Yes, my dear. It will be the most difficult piece of engineering ever attempted, for no one has ever driven a long tunnel through hard rock before. But I think I can do it.
Herman Haupt's dream becomes a reality. The construction of the bore begins. Years of disappointment and discouragement follow. Incredible bad luck dogs the undertaking. Heartbreaking, time-consuming obstacles are met. In 1862, under the Golden Dome of Massachusetts Capitol, the State Railway Commissioners interview an energetic, wary engineer named Thomas Doane.
Mr. Doane, work on the Hoosick Tunnel has now been stopped for over a year.
I know it, sir. Herman Haupt and his company did a good job with the tools he had to work with. He didn't quit. He was called away to a government position. No man could have done much better. But that Hoosick nightmare is too big for any single man or any single company to handle.
Exactly what we've all decided, Doane. But the tunnel must be finished. It now involves the honor, the reputation of Massachusetts.
And just how do you propose to finish it, Mr. Commissioner?
The state will finance the work. And we hope you will accept the position of chief engineer.
You flatter me, sir.
Will you do the job, Doane? Can you do the job? Can any man do the job?
It can be done, gentlemen. But it will take practically unlimited capital and unlimited time, unless...
Unless what?
Unless a more practical, efficient mechanical drill can be invented than any now in use. And unless some better blasting agent than black powder can be developed. This job isn't only a question of men, gentlemen. It's a question of men and tools.
Nonetheless, I feel we are to be congratulated on one thing. At least we have found the man. What do you say, gentlemen?
Indeed, we have.
It is the summer of 1865, 3 years later. A vertical shaft has been 1,200 feet down to the heart of the mountain, and now work is proceeding simultaneously from 4 points. The east and west bores end both ways from the central shaft. One day, as the men were about to stop work,
These blame drills ain't worth shucks, Ezra. Don't know why we go on using them.
'Cause, bad as they are, they're downside better than hand drilling. Mine's got to go to the blacksmith shop again. It'll be years before they finish this tunnel if they have to stick to these.
Yeah, what's the trouble, Ezra?
Oh, another drill gone to its last reward, Mr. Doane.
Well, you're just in time to see an experiment, boys. Call the others round. We'll see if we haven't got something that's going to help us.
Sure. Hey, boys, come on over this way.
All right, Mr. Burley. We'll let you make your demonstration here. The severest critics you'll ever have all around you.
Just the ones I want to convince, Mr. Doane.
All right, boys. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
This is Mr. Burley. He says he's perfected a compressed air drill that is more efficient and more economical than the ones we've been using.
Well, it couldn't be worse.
Well, that's what we're going to find out. All right, Mr. Burley. There's a big piece of rock there. Suppose you start on that.
All right, Mr. Doane. Is the air pressure on?
All ready back there?
All right, sir. All right here.
Yes, it's on.
All right. Here goes.
Where?
Look at that.
Hey, look at that.
Goes right on through that. Want to see any more, Mr. Doane?
No, I am satisfied, Mr. Burley. This is 5 times faster than any drill I've ever seen or heard of. Why, this drill will cut our work in half.
Sure will. Let's see that, Mr. Doane.
Now, if we could only find something that had more punch to it than black powder, we might get this tunnel finished before it finishes us.
the Deerfield River is dammed. New steam plants erected to compress the air for drills that have been perfected to combat the granite of the Hoosick Tunnel. The gangs fall to with new heart, but still the work progresses with discouraging slowness, and the rock faces are moved back only 2, 3, 3.5 feet a day. And then, some months later, Doane, the commissioners, engineers, gather at the tunnel's mouth to observe another engineering triumph.
Well, I tell it about ready, Mr. Doane.
Well, waiting. All right, steady all now. We ought to hear it any second. And if it does all I hope for it, well, it'll be the grandest anthem I'll ever hear.
Oh, she's coming.
How do you know, Ezra?
Oh, get mighty sensitive working in a tunnel. Kind of psychic, you know. Listen. No, wait a minute, gentlemen. Don't go in there yet. The fumes are bad. Mr. Doane! Mr. Doane!
Yes? How is it? Does it work?
Work! We reckon it does work. Why, that one shot has done more in 1 second than the whole drilling gang could do in a week.
Nitroglycerin was first used in a major engineering work on the Hoosick Tunnel. And with its use, the problem of the great shaft underneath the Berkshire Hills was solved. On November 27, 1873, the east and west gangs hold through with only 3/4 of an inch difference in their center line. And one cold day in 1875, a small knot of men stood by a railway locomotive near the tunnel's mouth. Her brass was gleaming, her driving gear as clean as a houndstooth.
Well, guess we're all ready, gentlemen. Might as well climb aboard.
Just a minute, Don. Who's going to have the honor of driving the first train through?
Why, old Bill up there in the cab, I suppose.
Well, I think that the commissioners will have a word or two to say about that. Am I right, gentlemen? Tom Jones, this job took 19 years in the doing. It's done. And if there's one man who deserves the credit, it's yourself.
Absolutely.
Hey, Bill!
What is it, sir? Get over there with your fireman. Mr. Doan is going to take the drop.
Why, Mr. Commissioner.
Go on, Tom, and get up there.
All right.
All aboard, the rest of you.
All aboard! Train going west for Albany, Buffalo, Chicago, Salt Lake City, and California.
The willingness to tackle any job, however great, the technical skill to master it, the stubborn determination to see it through, no matter what the obstacles. These qualities built the tunnel under the Berkshires. The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, also shows how these same qualities helped conquer the greatest barrier of all, the Rockies. In the year 1862, President Abraham Lincoln approved a bond issue to finance the building of the first transcontinental railroad and urged land grants to serve as an incentive to its speedier completion. Two companies are formed to undertake the gigantic task. The Union Pacific working from the east, the Central Pacific from the west. January of 1863 sees preparations made at Sacramento for turning the first sod in the building of the Transcontinental Railroad. On the outskirts of the town, a crowd is gathering as Leland Stanford and Collis P. Huntington step forward to turn the first shovelful of earth in the great undertaking.
Well, this crowd's feeling mighty gay, Huntington.
Yes, I expect there'll be a grand bust in town tonight.
Well, I'm sorry we didn't arrange for fireworks and a band. These folks are counting on a jubilation.
If you want to jubilate on turning the first sod here, Stanford, you can go ahead and do it. I don't. Those mountains look too ugly. And there are going to be too many months of hard labor between the first sod and the last spike. Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning, son.
Got the spade ready?
Here it is, sir. All fancied up with ribbons.
Well, give it to me. Well, Stanford, here goes. We start the great adventure.
Take it a good one, mister. Got a long way to go, friend.
All together! All right, Kelly. There it is. Now get your men to work.
But, Mr. Huntington, sir, don't we knock off and hold a jamboree?
We do not. We start to build the Central Pacific Railroad.
The Central Pacific started at Sacramento, while on the other side of the Rockies in Nebraska, we find in the summer of 1866, the great drive to shove the iron rails westward has begun in earnest. In 12 months, General Dodge laid 587 miles of track on the Union Pacific. Spring of 1867, and an army of 10,000 is spread in a long, thin line across the plains, digging, hauling, spiking, sweating.
All right there. Steady, so. Come on, you bully boys. Get them rails off. Take it on the run now. Come on. All right, men. Tycoons ahead. Rail layers next. Gauges, spikers, follow. Go to it now. Lay them and spike them. Come on, men. All right. Now get your backs into it, my buckaroos. Lay to like you meant it. Hey, you're off. The super's over by the coal shed. All right, you are, son. Hey, you devils. Keep moving till I get back now. Don't worry, Pat. We won't let you down. Morning, O'Rourke. Hey, good morning, sir.
How are things going?
2.3 miles spike this morning, sir.
Not enough. Any complaints? Are they feeding your supplies all right?
Oh, fair enough. Them hardwood ties is raising old Nick with a pickaxe point, sir.
All right, put 2 more men in the blacksmith.
Yes, sir.
We've got to keep moving, O'Rourke. The CP outfit are halfway through the Sierras. Once they hit the foothills on this side, it's going to be a race to see who'll get the biggest land grab.
We'll lick the stuffing out of them, sir.
Well, see that we do, O'Rourke. But you'll have to lay 6 miles a day to do it.
In the passes of the Sierra Nevadas, in the spring of 1868,
Advanced Engineers Headquarters of the Central Pacific. A young engineer enters the room where his chief is closeted with Collis P. Huntington.
Well, hello. What brings you up here, young fellow?
Bad news, sir. Slide in Headache Gulch this morning. Wiped out 5 miles of grade completely. Why no one was killed is a thumping mystery.
Well, how did it start, Steve?
Oh, this last thaw. The snow started moving, and that rotten rock came sliding after.
Doesn't matter much what caused it. The important thing is, how bad is it?
The tracks are covered 25 feet in some places, Mr. Huntington. It sure is a pretty mess.
Sounds like it. Oh, the UP got the brakes on this job. Well, what do you men say?
Part of the game, that's all. And we've had something of this sort coming to us. Things weren't marching too pretty. Any orders, sir?
Yes. Grab a horse and go up the line. Tell every foreman to keep only a skeleton crew. Send the rest of his gang back here. Each man brings his shovel. Tell McGonaghy to get that steam scoop of his turned around somewhere and get his baby back down the track. Beat it.
Right, Chief.
Pick up as many men as you can and start working from the other end. Oh, and get a horse trail through as soon as possible. See that telegraph line's repaired at once. I'll take care of things at this end.
Right, Chief.
And if these mountains think they can lick us, they've got another thing coming. Come on, Mr. Huntington. This is going to need us all.
Each day sees the narrow threads of iron move closer as the rival gangs cross the state of Utah. The entire country becomes interested in the race between the Central Pacific and the Union Pacific. North, south, east, and west. It is the topic of the day. In a San Francisco club.
Oh, Mr. Sanford. What's the latest news? 6 3/4 miles yesterday. Better than the UP has done to date.
Holy smoke, man. How do you do it?
Don't have to do a thing, my friend. The men have got the bit in their teeth now and are just beginning to make things hum.
Park Row, New York. Crowds waiting outside the newspaper offices 2 weeks later.
Getting on to 11. They ought to have the report here soon.
Or perhaps they've decided to work all night, John.
They might have that, Margaret. The way they've been making the dirt fly these last few days.
Yeah. Well, see, John, look. Look, there's a man climbing up onto the balcony of the post building.
So there is.
I hope we can hear.
Quiet! Dispatch from head of rails from the west. Central Pacific lays 8 4/10 miles. Quiet! Union Pacific shatters record for all time by laying, spiking, and completing 10 2/5 miles in a single day. And in Washington, D.C.
But do you realize what is going to happen, Mr. Secretary? Neither of the railroad companies have received any orders to stop. And each of them, sir, has every intention of going on building indefinitely.
You don't tell me.
Oh, I do tell you, sir. Now, this is no laughing matter. This is serious. These two companies are building alongside each other. They won't stop until the CP is at the Atlantic and the UP at the Pacific.
It isn't as bad as that, my friend. As a matter of fact, they've made their decision already. I've recently heard from General Dodge of the Union Pacific, and he says we have made an agreement to join the tracks on the summit of Promontory Mountain near the Great Salt Lake in Utah. All that we need is to have the agreement ratified by Congress.
That will be simple, Mr. Secretary. Congress will be glad the matter is settled. I only wish I could be present at the wedding of the rails at Promontory Point.
Promontory Point, May 8, 1869. Hundreds crowd around two gleaming, wood-burning locomotives, facing each other across a few yards of open ground, where the last rails are to be laid and the gold and silver spikes driven. Indians in bright blankets, distinguished guests in frock coats and top hats, frontiersmen, miners, engineers, foremen, laborers.
Make way, please. Make way. We need room here for the telegraph instrument. Step aside, please. All right. Set your key up here.
Yes, sir.
You won't be in the way and you can see everything.
Oh, this is fine.
Circuit open?
Half a jiffy. All right, we're all set.
All right, send this message. To everybody on circuit. Keep quiet. When the last spike is driven, we will signal done. Don't break the circuit. The last spike will soon be driven. Got it?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Durant,
Yes? Are you ready, sir?
Quite ready.
Mr. Stanford?
Ready and waiting.
Very good, gentlemen. Will you step forward, please? Will you take this hammer, Mr. Durant? I believe you are to administer the first blow. This, sir, is the spike.
I hope I hit it.
There you are. Send the message. Done.
The entire nation, from one end to the other, in cities and towns and villages, hailed the wedding of the rails. Initiative, courage, and indomitable determination had marked the great undertaking from its beginning. And when the two old-fashioned locomotives touched cowcatchers to prove that East and West were one, the people of America paid joyous tribute to both the accomplishment and the men who had seen it through. We have just had a vivid picture of the importance of explosives to great engineering projects. More than that, we saw that an explosive, like any other tool, should be suited to the job it is called on to perform in order to secure efficiency and economy. This is illustrated by a modern achievement in tunnel driving, the Cascade Tunnel, sometimes called the Great Northern Tunnel or the Scenic Tunnel, completed about 8 years ago. Men bored through the solid granite of the Cascade Mountains in the state of Washington to make this straight and easy path for Great Northern trains. It sounds easy now, but it was far from easy to build. Day and night, 3 shifts of workers drilled, blasted, and carried away rock deep in the heart of the mountain range. The regular schedule called for 5 blasts each day. Each blast took a little less than 5 hours for drilling, loading, and waiting for the smoke to clear. One interesting feature of the engineering, common also to other big modern tunnel jobs, was the use of a pioneer tunnel, a separate boring about 7 feet high and 10 feet wide, running parallel to the main tunnel about 50 feet to one side and about 4 feet lower. This pioneer tunnel had several important functions. It was connected with the main tunnel and was used to drain away water, for ventilating, and for carrying in explosives. Since progress on the smaller tunnel was faster, it was possible to drill up to the level of the main tunnel and work in both directions at the same time. From the Earth's surface along the route of the tunnel, a shaft was sunk so as to permit attack on the main tunnel at 4 different points. DuPont explosives were used exclusively on the Cascade Tunnel, and so it stands as a monument not only to the engineers and their men, but also to the chemists in their laboratories, in fulfillment of the DuPont Chemist Pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. Safety First. Stories which trace the interesting development of firefighting will be broadcast next week at this time when DuPont again presents The Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Chevrolet showroom across America, more and more people are looking at the car that's just out and just wonderful, the 1957 Chevrolet. Some are looking at Chevrolet's daring new front-end styling, the bold new grille, big, beautiful sloping hood. Some are looking at Chevy's handsome new rear end with high-fashion fenders and fresh new design. Everyone's enthused about the new color-fashioned interiors and the sleek command post instrument panel. And the biggest news of all, Chevrolet's fuel injection.
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you the true and deeply human story of a woman's faith and devotion. Our star is that popular and charming actress of stage and radio, Shirley Booth. For more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. They have the pride of craftsmen in their name, Hallmark, Hallmark. That's why Hallmark cards are the kind of cards you can be proud to send, proud to receive. So when you want to send the very finest, look on the back for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those 3 words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. To be doubly sure, always look in the back of the card you choose for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Now to preside over our program this evening, here's our regular master of ceremonies, the young Broadway actor and producer, Richard Calmer.
Thank you, Tom Shirley, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we bring you the story of a marriage. A story set in the granite hills of Vermont where people take a rugged pride in concealing what is deepest in their hearts. Tonight you will meet an extraordinary woman. To play her part, the makers of Hallmark greeting cards have chosen an extraordinary actress, known for her vivid characterizations, her humor, and her fine dramatic talents. She has been seen on Broadway as Ruth in My Sister Eileen, Elizabeth in Philadelphia Story, and the lead in Tomorrow the World. Incidentally, she happens to be one of my favorite stars, Shirley Booth.
Thank you, Dick. It's nice of you.
Calls to Newcastle, Shirley. I couldn't say anything about your talents the public doesn't know.
Dick, do you by any chance write those nice messages on the Hallmark greeting cards?
Oh, no. Why do you ask?
You always say the correct and appropriate thing.
Lady, I am susceptible to flattery.
That's what I counted on. But, Dick, it's good to be here, and I'm enchanted with the part of Paulina. She reminds me of something I read not long ago in the Reader's Digest.
What was that?
Oh, a little bit of wisdom by Oscar Wilde. It really sums up our story. He said, men always want to be a woman's first love, but women have more subtle instincts. They like to be a man's last romance.
That's right on target for tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Hallmark greeting cards take pleasure in presenting on the Reader's Digest radio edition Shirley Booth in The Story of One Woman's Love, Uncle Buy's 2 Wives.
She wasn't really my aunt. She was married to my Uncle Buy, but everybody in town called her Aunt Paulina. And up in Vermont, that was just about the best thing you could call anyone. It all began the summer Lucy Smith visited them. We thought Lucy was silly, but Uncle Buy used to take her driving. Lucy stayed a month. Then finally, Uncle Buy took her to the station.
That you, Buy?
Sure, it's me. Who'd you think?
Oh, I didn't hear you whistle. Did Lucy get off safely?
Yeah, I expect so. The conductor said he'd look after her. Say, you know, I got to get that rear axle fixed. It's splitting on me.
I declare, Buy, I don't know whether we've done right. Letting that girl go down to Hartford to a job all alone.
Well, I reckon Lucy can take care of herself, Paulina.
No, that's just like a man taking things for granted.
Well, you always manage to stand on your own feet.
Well, Lucy's a sight younger than I am, and a good deal prettier. You liked her, too. I used to hear you laughing together, and you said it was good to hear the piano played again.
See my tobacco pouch, Paulina?
It's on the stove in the kitchen. Well, we'll just have to go down to Hartford once in a while, that's all.
Paulina, I think I'll walk over to Sam's and see how his mare's doing. She's in foal.
My goodness, you're restless, Vi. If you ask me, they've been working you too hard down at the mill. Those late hours.
That's my job.
Yes, I know. But I was thinking it would be nice if we just sit here for an evening. The children are in bed. We'd have the house to ourselves. It's a long time since we had a quiet evening like that, Vi. Just the two of us together.
Yeah, I reckon it is.
Well, I guess you'd better go on over to Sam's if it's on your mind. The walk will do you good.
Paulina.
Yes?
How much money have we got in the teapot?
Oh, land alive. I don't count it until they collect for the church benefit. You need some?
No, not exactly.
You know what we agreed about the teapot money. We just keep adding to it, and if one or the other of us needed it, we could take it.
Well, I just asked how much was in it.
I'm hoping it's a lot. I'd be right proud to make a good contribution this year. They're buying books for the Sunday school. And that's about the most important thing in the world. Books.
Well, you make the contribution, Paulina. I don't need it.
Vi, you're not in any trouble.
Trouble? Well, what kind of trouble would I be in?
Oh, I reckon you'd never be in trouble, Vi, but maybe you'd want to help somebody out. If you did, that'd be more important than books, wouldn't it? When you come in, don't wake the children. I'll leave some pie on the kitchen table for you.
Folks in our town didn't pull down the shades early or lock the doors. And I can remember walking past Aunt Paulina's house of an evening and seeing her sitting in her rocker beside the center table, sewing. It seemed to me that Aunt Paulina was doing a lot of sewing that summer. But you wouldn't dare say that to Aunt Paulina. Cousin Ruth was about the only one who'd say what came into her head.
Hello, Paulina. Ma, you look busy.
Come right in, Ruth. I'm just mending these shirts.
There's Vi.
Working late at the mill. I have an extra order to get out.
Paulina, I just have to talk to you.
Well, sit down while I turn this cuff.
That Vi shirt?
Of course.
Paulina, I'm just going to have to say it or I'll burst.
Say what?
Don't you know what folks in this town are saying?
Oh, goodness, no. They're always talking, Ruth. Last week it was who set fire to the miller's barn. The week before it was the new teachers getting engaged. If I listened to it all, I'd never get my work done.
Then it's my duty, Paulina. I'll have to tell you.
Ruth, you don't have to tell me anything. I reckon you've come over about the contribution to the church benefit. It's right there in that teapot on the shelf. You count it while I finish up the sleeves. Then I'd like to ask you to help me with a hemline. I'm fixing over my rose silk for the benefit.
Paulina, you've got to listen. It's all over town.
Is it?
You do know?
Maybe you'd better say what you're trying to, Ruth. It'll make you feel better. Then we can get on with the collection money.
Well, Jess heard it from the men at the mill, but I heard it at the sewing circle, the one you missed when the baby was sick.
Mm-hmm.
Paulina, Will Watkins has seen Vi down at Hartford, not once, but several times, and he was with
If you're trying to tell me Vi's going down to Hartford to see Lucy, you save your breath. I know it.
You know it?
Certainly. Who'd be looking after her if Vi and I didn't?
But they were... Well, Red Star Tavern's a funny place to be looking after her.
It's better she goes there with Vi than somebody we don't know anything about.
Yes, I guess it is. But the way folks talk...
They always talk. But I don't expect it from my own kids.
Well, I was so worried I didn't know how to tell you.
Well, you don't have to worry anymore. You know the truth now. And that can't hurt anybody. Now, get the teapot down, will you, Ruth? That blue one on the shelf up there?
Sure. This one?
Yes. We can't use it for tea because of the crack, so we use it for savings. I reckon I couldn't keep house without that.
Paulina, are you sure you mean this teapot?
Of course I'm sure. What's the matter?
You better look for yourself.
Well, it's empty.
Did you think there was anything in it?
Yes. No. That is, I must have forgotten. We talked about it the other night. Oh, that was stupid of me. Real stupid. I'll be over with the money tomorrow, Ruth. Just put the teapot back on the shelf.
Aunt Paulina always walked with her head high. But the next day, well, I guess it must have been the wings on her hat that made her look so straight and tall. And she waved to me. She got on the train. I remember wondering why Aunt Paulina would go all the way to Hartford.
Is this where Miss Lucy Smith boards?
Yes, it is, but she's not home now.
I wonder if I could wait for her. I've come quite a way to see her.
I don't usually let roomers callers use my private parlor.
Then perhaps you can tell me when she's expected, and I'll come back.
Well, she'll be in right after work. Are you a relative of hers?
I'm a friend. An old friend.
Then maybe you better come in.
Thank you.
As I say, I don't like visitors waiting around, but maybe it's good you're here.
Why do you say that?
Well, now, I don't like to be talking behind people's backs.
Neither do I.
But I do say you look like the kind of a person Miss Lucy needs. Somebody ought to be looking out for her, wearing those fancy clothes and going out with a man old enough to...
Isn't that a set of Fenimore Cooper on your table?
I reckon it is.
Would you mind if I looked at it? I was brought up on those Indian stories.
Go right ahead. The Police Gazette's there, too, if you like that better.
Oh, thank you. The books will do.
She ought to be home pretty soon. Oh, that's her now. The only one in the house who forgets the key or loses it. But I always make her pay for it. I can't afford to be running the boarding house and buying extra keys all the time. Coming. Oh, good evening.
Good evening. Is Miss Smith home yet?
Not yet.
Well, I'll wait.
Someone else waiting now for her in the parlor, sir. A lady, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. What? Paulina.
Hello, Vi.
Oh, you two know each other?
Yes, for some time.
Then I'll leave you. I guess the young lady will be right along. There's an ashtray for your cigar, sir.
Thanks.
I'll just dust it. If there's anything you want, just call.
Thank you.
Well, Paulina, what are you doing here?
Well, you know, I've been worried about Lucy, so I thought I'd just run down and see how she was. You were worried, too, I guess.
You didn't say anything about coming.
No. We just surprised each other.
Paulina, you've been listening to people talk, haven't you?
I hate talk, you know that. How could anything people say affect you and me?
Well, it's true. This isn't the first time I've been here. I should have told you myself, I reckon, but you said we had to look out for her. You said it the night I took her to the train.
Yes, I said it.
The teapot money, I couldn't help that. She needed something. I intend to return it next week. In fact, I can return it right now, double it.
Please don't buy, not now. You see, I really came to see Lucy.
Don't blame her for this, Paulina.
Blame?
Well, she's not an ordinary girl. Not just one of your pupils. She's different. But I suppose you'll think what you want anyway.
I don't think anything. It's what you say. But I reckon you have to say it for yourself.
Well, what can I say? What could any man say? You are here, and so am I.
Yes, Vi, that's true. And I don't think Lucy will want to see us both.
Paulina, you don't understand.
If I don't, Vi, you can explain to me. Who'd understand it if I didn't? I'm your wife. I know whatever you did would be right. But I guess you'd have to make me understand.
Where are you going now?
To the station.
Paulina, wait.
We've been married 6 years. 6 very important years to me. Now I feel as if I've been holding my breath all that time. I don't want to let go.
Won't you wait until Lucy comes?
When Lucy comes, it'll be too late.
Don't you want to talk about this?
Yes, I do. But it's easier thinking than talking in your own house.
Paulina.
I could have supper ready. Sausages and a berry pie. But you see, you'd have to come now to get the early train.
Paulina, I can't. I can't.
Then I reckon I'd better go. The children will be waiting.
We'll be back in a moment with the second act of tonight's drama, sponsored by Hallmark greeting cards from the pages of the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. Now, here's Dick Calmer.
Folks, this Sunday, May 11th, is a very special day. Yes, it's Mother's Day, the one day of the year when we can really tell our mothers how much they've always meant to us. A Hallmark Mother's Day card will do this so beautifully, for remember, a Hallmark card will say what you want to say the way you want to say it. You see, the makers of Hallmark cards know that we so often leave unsaid the thoughtful and affectionate expressions that every mother likes to hear. So each Hallmark Mother's Day card is created to make your mother doubly happy that you remembered her on her special day. And don't forget that many others you'll want to remember on Mother's Day, like, for instance, your grandmother or that favorite aunt. And when you send a Hallmark card, it means so much more. You see, for more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. That's why discriminating folks look on the back of the cards they send and receive for the three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those three words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends and loved ones you cared enough to send the very best.
Paulina moved to Rochester to live. After she left, we heard that Uncle Bai had a second wife. It was a girl we always thought was silly, Lucy Smith. But we never saw him. Nobody spoke about him. Then one day, a letter came to Cousin Ruth.
Oh, it's from Bai, Jess. And what do you think he says? Just listen. I need help if a man ever did. Lucy died 6 months ago, and my 3 little children have no one to look after them. I'm at work all day, and I haven't been able to find a housekeeper for the wages I can pay. I'll give up the kids if I know they are well taken care of. Is there any family in the town who... What do you think of that?
I'd say Bai's in trouble.
And I'd say it's the wages of sin. Why, Jess, do you think any self-respecting woman in this town would take that woman's children and bring them up?
I wouldn't want to ask them.
It isn't that people are unkind. They'd even stand the extra expense and the work. But everybody here loves Paulina. They may not talk, but they don't forget what happened.
What in the world can Bai do?
I don't know. He was pretty smart about figuring things out before.
What are you going to write him?
That he made his bed and he ought to lie in it. That's what everybody in this town will say. We're Paulina's kin, but her friends will say the same thing. Wonder he dared to write to us at all.
A man will try anything when he's desperate.
No saying how desperate Paulina was when he went skipping off. I'll write him how we feel in this town. I'll be glad to get it off my mind after all these years. The idea. His children by that woman.
But even in our small town, fate had a way of intervening. We heard Uncle Bai broke his leg in an accident. Well, even the most hard-hearted townsfolk couldn't let those children shift for themselves. So the 3 of them, 3 nervous, undernourished little ghosts, came to our town to live. After they arrived, they faded into the town's life and were promptly forgotten. It was summer, and Aunt Paulina was coming back to visit. I remember how well she looked the day she came to call on my great aunt.
Well, I must say, Paulina, you're looking fine. Thank you, Aunt Carrie. I should. I'm principal of my school now. Principal, eh? Mm-hmm. Well, I always said you had brains. Spunk, too. Still doing your knitting. When your hands get in the habit of holding knitting, they just never drop it. I expect you heard about Bai. No, Aunt Carrie, I haven't heard.
You're different from most women, aren't you? Most of them would be so glad to have their revenge they'd want to talk and talk. Oh, when I think of that man you married, Aunt Carrie. Oh, don't you worry. You and I are of the same blood. I wouldn't give him a place to wipe his shoes either. Come in. Come in. Come in. Well, come in. Don't stand there gaping.
Are you Miss Carrie?
Been so for 72 years. What you want, child?
These are the eggs from Mrs. Miller.
What's that? Speak up. I can't abide children who mumble.
I said these are... Bertie, stand up straight.
Goodness, do you have to bring those two babies with you on errands?
They're my brothers. I can't help it.
Can't help what?
I can't help bringing them. They just come.
Aunt Carrie, who are these children?
Don't you know?
I never saw them before.
You ought to guess, Paulina. Just looking at them.
Ought I?
Well, you have to hear someday, Paulina. They're Bai's. By that woman.
Bai's? Children? Well, where's their mother?
Oh, don't you know? She died a year and a half ago.
I didn't know.
Daddy broke his leg.
You speak when you're spoken to, child. Now run along, the three of you. Don't dawdle. Somebody'll be looking for you.
Nobody looks for us, ma'am.
What's your name, dear?
Lucy.
Lucy.
Run along, will you? It's bad enough you're coming here now. You tell Mrs. Miller I'll send her egg money Saturday.
Yes, sir.
And close the door when you go out. Tight.
Who takes care of them?
Anybody with time, I reckon. They'll be going back to their father tomorrow. And I say a good thing.
They're so thin.
Could use some soap and water, too, I reckon. Well, it serves by right. You can't fly in the face of salvation and... Paulina, you're not feeling sorry for them, are you?
And Carrie, you dropped your wool. Here.
What are you thinking about, Paulina?
I was wondering when they wanted to have the Strawberry Festival this year.
Uncle Bai's children went back to him in Hartford, and we heard of them only occasionally. He was in debt. His bad leg kept him from working much. But these were distant ripples on our bright summer. And then one day, we heard that Aunt Paulina had taken a little trip.
This is the street driver.
What's the number?
Well, just let me out at the corner.
Better let me take you to the door, lady. This isn't a good neighborhood.
I see plenty of people walking.
Whatever you say, lady. That'll be 25 cents.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I'll watch until you get to the door, ma'am.
Hello, Lucy.
Hello.
You remember me?
I can't say I do, ma'am. Clemmy, stop picking crumbs off the table.
I was at Miss Carrie's the day you brought the eggs.
Oh, yes, I remember, ma'am. You smiled at me.
Would you invite me in?
We're just eating, ma'am. Bertie, get back on your chair. I look after them, ma'am.
Do you?
I can open another can of tomatoes if you'd like some.
No, thank you. I've had breakfast.
It takes me a little while to fix things, you see, ma'am. But I'll try to...
Yes, I see, little Lucy. I also see it's about time somebody came to take care of you. I'll just put my things here on the hook. And the fairy godmother turned the pumpkin into a golden coach. Lucy, hand me another bar of soap. We'll do this closet next. Lunchtime. Clem, A is for applesauce, so good to eat. Now it's getting late, Bertie. You're the first tadpole in the tub.
What are you doing now, ma'am?
Making pancakes, Lucy. Hot pancakes for supper.
Oh, my.
And you're to eat all you want.
Yes, ma'am.
Lucy, why don't you stop calling me ma'am? We've had a wonderful day together. We're old friends. My name's Aunt Paulina.
Aunt Paulina?
Mm-hmm.
I like that. Aunt Paulina, ma'am. What do you think Daddy will say?
About what, dear?
About you being here and the house all fixed up and all.
I don't know, Charles. You never know what a man's going to say until he's said it.
It wasn't until years later that Lucy told us what happened. There they were, the three children, eating pancakes. Clean napkins around their necks, clean cloth on the table.
Lucy, these are piping hot.
I don't want any more, ma'am.
Oh, but a little girl as big as you can eat more than 6 pancakes. Why, when I was your age...
Aunt Paulina. Ma'am?
Yes, what is it, child?
Daddy. He's coming up the back steps.
Oh.
Lucy.
What'll I tell him, ma'am?
Tell him?
Lucy, I got the potatoes and a can of beans. But my leg is bothering me, so I reckon that you'll just have... Paulina.
Yes. Yes, Vi.
Paulina.
Supper's ready. I've given the children theirs. I've kept yours hot in the oven.
You. Here.
Don't you think you'd better sit down, Vi?
So, of course, we all went down to Hartford when Aunt Paulina and Uncle Bi got married again.
Thank you, Shirley Booth. That was a moving performance. Mr. Bluebird, that lovable little fellow from the latest Walt Disney movie, Song of the South, is now on the new Hallmark Mr. Bluebird cards. Yes, Mr. Bluebird is the talk of the town. And he's flying into the hearts of everyone in the wings of that gay new hit tune, Zippity-Doo-Dah. So if you want to send an extra bit of happiness, send the new Hallmark Mr. Bluebird cards. Send them for birthdays, anniversaries, to cheer a sick friend, or just to say hello. Be sure to ask your Hallmark dealer for Mr. Bluebird cards. And you can be doubly sure of sending the happiest kind of greetings. You're cordially invited to be with us again next week at the same time for another fine dramatic program brought to you by the makers of Hallmark greeting cards. If you enjoyed tonight's show, won't you please tell your friends about it and ask them also to tune in for next week's program sponsored by Hallmark greeting cards? At that time, you will hear a stirring, true story of a man who had to choose between his conscience and his heart. Our star will be one of Hollywood's outstandingly popular leading men, Joseph Cotton. Shirley Booth was supported by Everett Sloan in the role of Uncle Bi. Carl Swenson was your narrator. Uncle Bi's Two Wives was dramatized by Margaret LeWirth from the pages of the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. The Hallmark program was directed by Mark Loeb, with music especially composed by Jack Miller. To be doubly sure of the finest quality, always look in the back of your cards for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. This is Tom Shirley speaking for the makers of Hallmark greeting cards and for your friendly Hallmark dealer. You'll find a wide selection of Hallmark cards at America's finest shops and stores. Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness.
the Columbia Broadcasting System.
If you want to relieve headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pains quickly, try Anacin. The relief it brings is incredibly fast. Here's why. Anacin is made like a doctor's prescription, contains not just one, but a combination of medically active and proved ingredients. Get Anacin from your druggist in easy-to-take tablet form. Keep it handy. And then next time you have a headache pain or suffer pain of neuritis or neuralgia, take Anacin tablets. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks teaches English at Madison High School. And although one day in the life of a school teacher is pretty much the same as the next, at night well, perhaps we'd better let Connie Brooks speak for herself.
Although one day in the life of a school teacher is pretty much the same as the next, at night you wish you were dead. Not that I'm bored. How could I be with Mr. Philip Boynton teaching biology at Madison? Of course, every new frog he gets in his laboratory represents an arch rival. But I shouldn't complain. It gives me an added interest in life. Each morning before I get out of bed, I look down to see if I'm getting webbed feet. Somehow, ever since we've been on the faculty together, Mr. Boynton just doesn't seem to think of me as a woman. I can't quite understand that, because when I think of Mr. Boynton, I always think of me as a woman. And I almost always think of Mr. Boynton, or dream about him. Like the other morning, around 7:25. Oh, of course, Philip. I'd love to go dancing with you. When will you come for me? That's quick work.
Connie, it's me, Connie. May I come in?
Oh, it's Mrs. Davis. Come in, Mrs. Davis.
I thought I'd wake you before your alarm clock went off. It's so loud and nerve-wracking.
Oh, I'm pretty used to it by now, Mrs. Davis. I always like to clear my throat before I pour orange juice into it. Well, I guess I better get up and perform my morning ablutions, like they say.
You can ablute later, Connie. You stay right where you are.
Oh, but Mrs. Davis, it's 7:30.
No, it isn't. I set the clock a half hour ahead.
But why?
Snap.
Snap?
That's right. They want pictures of you from the minute you first wake up till you go to sleep.
Who does?
Snap.
You're faded. What is all this about, Mrs. Davis?
Snap is a magazine, Connie. Some time ago, I read that they were looking for the ideal American teacher for an interview. The next thing I knew, the layout editor was here in town and had called me up for an appointment with you.
Me? But why me?
I guess somebody recommended you as the model teacher.
Somebody like who?
Somebody like me. I wrote them all about you. What a wonderful teacher you are and how all your pupils love you.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that, Mrs. Davis.
I didn't.
What?
I discovered the letter in my desk this morning. I'd forgotten to mail it. So it must have been somebody else who... Oh, here they are, Connie. They've been waiting in the living room.
Oh, but Mrs. Davis, I'm not dressed.
Come on in, folks.
Snap's the school teacher. Where is the little lady?
Here she is. Well, and not such a little lady after all. Tootsie's reached all the way over the end of the bed.
Those are my stockings hanging over the rail.
My name is Peterson. Pete to my friends. And this is Miss Forrest.
How do you do? If you'll just wait in the living room for a few minutes, I'll get myself
Well,
assembled.
frankly, Miss Brooks, we'd rather start in here. You see, I'm the layout editor.
That's nice, but before you lay me out, I'd like to comb my hair and wash my face.
I wish you wouldn't. Just put your head back on the pillow for a minute, will you?
Oh, but
You pose the way the folks want you to, Connie. I'm going to make some breakfast for all of us.
Swell, that'll be our second shot. Snap's the school teacher snapping up a breakfast. Good, huh?
Very snappy.
See you in a few minutes.
Now, as I was saying, my dear, we don't want you to do a thing for this picture. Realism is what our readers want. The eyelids practically stuck together, little straggly clumps of hair flopping over the ears, and those little tired lines around a mouth that looks like it just tasted a raw lamb chop. We want you just the way you are.
Thank you, dear. Have you picked your pallbearers yet?
Do that, Pete. That's just what we want. That snarling look when the teacher first gets up in the morning.
Got it. Now listen, you
Please,
two.
Miss Brooks. We're going to be together all day. It'll be much more pleasant for all of us if you cooperate.
Well, it isn't that I don't want to cooperate. It's just that I don't like to have my picture taken without a little makeup. Even if it's only an inch or two like you've got on.
A little, aren't you? I use very little makeup. A dab here and a dab there.
Here a dab, there a dab, everywhere a dab. No, Miss Forrest, I'm not sure I really want this spread.
I know, dear, but when a woman reaches a certain age, some spread is inevitable. Oh! You mean in the magazine? Oh, yes. Well, let's talk about it after breakfast. I'm starved.
Good. Will you join us at the table, or do you want your saucer of milk on the back fence?
Well, I hope you enjoyed my pancakes. You know, the batter is my own invention.
Oh, really? What's in it?
If she tells you, you'll never eat them again.
Instead of eggs, I use hot peanut oil. Then to the customary amount of flour and milk, I add half a cup of baking powder mixed with cornmeal, 2 cups of yummy yogurt. And while the whole thing is being whipped in the mixmaster, I gradually add a teaspoonful of cider vinegar and just a smidgen of goose liver.
She's got a recipe for stuffed cabbage that would send you screaming into the hills.
Oh, now, Connie, it isn't that good.
Well, I'll help you clear the table, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, get a shot of this, Pete. The school teacher helps out with chores at home before going to classroom. Here, take a stack of dishes, Miss Brooks.
All right. I don't mind your taking my picture so much now that I'm dressed.
Well, I don't blame you, my dear. That's a very nice suit. Shark skin, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's such durable material. One can tell at a glance that it's worn you for years.
You're very observant. It would be a shame to see those great big eyes of yours closed for a while. I think maybe you'd better get somebody else for these pictures.
But, Connie, think of the prestige it will give you at school.
It will?
Of course. Everybody making a fuss over you. Why, I bet it would make even Mr. Boynton sit up and beg.
Mr. Boynton?
The school mascot. He's a schnauzer. Don't try to pet him because he snaps.
What?
Oh, never mind. Don't worry about it. I've changed my mind. You can take all the pictures you want. Oh, that must be Walter Denton. He said he'd pick me up this morning.
Oh, that's right. Your car is in the repair shop again, isn't it, Connie?
Oh, you own a car, Miss Brooks?
Yes, I do.
Well, what kind of a car?
Well, I had a brand new 49 Hudson, but I didn't want to show off, so I traded it for a 32 Stutz. Coming, Walter!
Oh, Walter, eh? Must be nice to have a man call for you in the morning. Who is he? The well-known absent-minded professor?
No, dear. This one's more your type.
Oh?
16 years old, and he can't run very fast.
Say, you think Walter will mind if we ride down to school with you, Miss Brooks?
Oh, I guess it'll be all right. Come along.
Goodbye, Mrs. Davis.
Goodbye, Miss Forrest.
Thanks for breakfast.
See you after school, Mrs. Davis. I'll help you sterilize the mixmaster. Well, good morning, Walter.
Boy, somebody looks yummy this morning.
Why, Walter, do you really think so?
I sure do, Miss Brooks. Where did you meet her?
Oh, you mean Miss Forrest. Miss Forrest, Mr. Peterson, meet Walter Denton. They're with Snap Magazine, Walter.
Glad to know you, Walter.
Hi.
Well, I'm certainly glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Denton. What subject do you teach at Madison High?
Teach? Oh, I'm not a teacher. Although I do coach some of the younger students in subjects that just naturally come easy to me.
Like lunch period and study hall.
Well, it was a natural mistake. You seem so gallant, so worldly, Mr. Denton.
Just call me Walter.
Well, all right, Walter. Then you must call me Stephanie.
I must? Gosh, do you really think I'm worldly, Stephanie?
I certainly do.
I knew this morning was going to be different, even though it started out like all the other crummy mornings in my life. On my way over here, I just felt that something romantic was going to happen. And sure enough, here you are.
Why, Walter, what a lovely speech.
It's not a speech. It's merely what I feel, Stephanie.
Shall we go to school now, Walter, or just stay here in the Casbah?
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith with an important announcement. Ladies, what's your complexion problem?
My skin's so dingy. Mine's oily. My skin's dull, coarse-looking.
For a lovelier complexion, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap the way doctors advise. Leading skin specialists have now proved the Palmolive plan, using nothing but Palmolive soap, can bring fresher, brighter complexions. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care. Now, here's what these doctors advise.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap. Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive's soft, lovely lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive soap's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advise this way for 1,285 women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, normal, young, older. And prove this plan, using Palmolive alone, nothing else, really works for 2 out of 3. So for a lovelier complexion, forget all other beauty care. Instead, do as these doctors advised. Use Palmolive for a fresher, brighter complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
You know, folks, when I read that Snap Magazine was looking for a model teacher, I was going to write in and suggest Miss Brooks. But then the midterm exams came along, and I got kind of busy, and But honest, I was going to, Miss Brooks.
Thanks anyway, Walter, I think.
Is her picture going to appear on the cover when the story comes out?
I imagine so, Walter.
Gee, that's great. It'll sure be a relief from those pictures of glamorous young girls in bathing suits with legs.
It may come as a shock to you, Walter, but I've got legs myself.
You have?
Yes. Of course, they may not be as pretty as Marlene Dietrich's, but then I'm not a grandmother either.
You're not?
Now, look, rancid one.
Maybe we'd better change the subject. Miss Forrest, Stephanie, after you get through taking pictures of Miss Brooks at school, you ought to get some at the faculty student malt hop this afternoon.
Malt hop?
Well, the faculty call it a tea dance, but we call it a malt hop because it's held in Weber's malt shop.
Well, sounds fascinating.
Yeah, they serve a wonderful malt there. Their slogan is, "Our malts are too thick to sip through a straw. You have to eat it with a spoon." Some of them are even too thick to eat with a spoon.
Some of them are even too thick to dance in.
We've got a swell jukebox and a cute little dance floor. Before we get to school, Stephanie, I'd like to ask you, could you...
She would and she could, and she'll be there 10 minutes ahead of you.
Well, Miss Brooks, you sound a little put out. You weren't by any chance expecting Walter to ask you to the hop.
Me? Oh, heck no. I go with a girl.
Why, Walter, I'm surprised at you. What do you think Miss Brooks is?
A blackboard eraser with teeth.
Gee, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, Miss Brooks.
No, you didn't, Walter. I'm used to it. I was just wondering about Harriet Conklin. Didn't you have a date with her for this afternoon?
Oh, sure, but there was nothing definite about it. I merely asked her if she wanted to go to the hop, and she said yes.
Oh. I didn't know it was that tentative.
I guess you're going to the dance with Mr. Boynton, huh, Miss Brooks?
Oh, do they let schnauzers in?
Schnauzers?
Oh, it was just a joke, Walter. I referred to Mr. Boynton as our mascot. He's really the biology teacher at Madison, Miss Forrest.
And what a teacher. Boy, is he good looking.
Oh, really, Walter?
Yeah, he's tall, dark, handsome.
Stoop-shouldered, knock-kneed, cross-eyed.
Hey, isn't this the school?
Oh, yeah, I almost passed it. Guess I was looking at somebody on my right.
Well, if you'll just turn your head, Walter, you'll see Harriet approaching on your left.
Good morning, Walter. Miss Brooks. Oh, I didn't know you had passengers.
Oh, this is Miss Forrest and Mr. Peterson, Harriet. They're here from Snap Magazine.
How do you do?
Hi. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to get some atmosphere shots of the campus.
Oh, yes, do that, Pete.
Snap has picked Miss Brooks as a model American teacher.
Oh, that's wonderful, Miss Brooks. And what a coincidence.
Coincidence, Harriet?
Yes. When I read about it, I sat right down and wrote them a letter recommending you.
Well, thank you, Harriet.
But of all the silly things to do, I forgot to put a stamp on it. It just came back the other day.
That's just like a child of your age, Harriet.
What do you mean, child, Walter?
You see, Stephanie, this is the infant I allow to toddle at my heels when I'm not involved with some more glamorous creature like yourself.
Walter Denton, what's gotten into you?
On this crummy morning, Walter's become a man of the world.
Well, I'd better find a place to park. All those that want to better get out here, Miss Brooks.
You little hinter, you.
Well, I'll go with you, Walter, and then walk you back to school.
I was hoping you would.
Miss Brooks, I don't like the way that woman looks at Walter.
I don't like the way that woman looks, period.
She certainly is chic, in a cobra-like sort of way. Has she seen Mr. Boynton yet?
Bite your tongue, girl.
Well, I think you ought to get permission from Daddy before you go through with this interview. After all, he is Madison's principal.
Harriet, you've given me an idea. I must admit I kind of liked all the attention because I thought it would make Mr. Boynton sit up and take notice. But I never stopped to think that he might sit up and notice the wrong thing.
Well, maybe Daddy won't consent to the interview. Then she'll have to clear right out.
Harriet, you are wise beyond your years. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to beg for your father's unpermission.
Come in.
Could I talk to you for a moment, Mr. Conklin?
I'm all ears, Miss Brooks.
Yes. Mr. Conklin, Snap Magazine wants to do a layout on me as a model teacher for 1948.
You, Miss Brooks?
Isn't it ridiculous? They've sent a Miss Forrest and a Mr. Peterson to take pictures of me and the unpainted school and the overcrowded classrooms and the strained looks on the faces of the pupils.
I can't allow that, Miss Brooks.
Of course you can't. I mean, you can't?
Certainly not. It's beneath the dignity of Madison High.
Way beneath, Mr. Conklin.
I've always looked upon Madison High and its teachers as my family. And it's the first rule of a family that its problems be kept to itself.
Strictly to itself.
We should not hang out our wash for every Tom, Dick, and Harry to see.
Tom, Dick, and Harry should not see our wash, no.
It won't do you any good to argue, Miss Brooks. I've made up my mind. Publicity is nothing but a cheap parasitic device designed to prey on the unfettered appetites of the unsuspecting. Publicity is...
Excuse me, the door was open, so... Oh, you must be Mr. Conklin. I've been looking forward to meeting you, Mr. Conklin. I'm Stephanie Forrest of Snap Magazine.
Won't you sit down, Miss Forrest? I'll be with you in a moment. As I was saying, Miss Brooks, publicity is the foremost blessing of our century. It makes the unknown known. It brings information and joy into the home of everyone.
I can just see Tom, Dick, and Harry peeking at my wash.
Miss Forrest, I was just explaining to Miss Brooks what this wonderful exploitation will mean to Madison High and its problems.
Oh, I'm so glad you see it that way, Mr. Conklin. You and I will have to work together on this. I'll need your advice on so many things.
Of course, Miss Forrest.
Oh. Well, let's not be so formal. You can call me Stephanie.
And you can call me Osgood.
call me a doctor. I'm ill.
Well, then it's all settled. I'll get a hold of Pete and we'll start shooting Miss Brooks at once.
Fine. I'll bring my own blindfold.
Excuse me, Mr. Conklin, but I didn't know you were busy, sir.
Well, I am, Boynton. You'd better come back later.
So you're Mr. Boynton. Well, no wonder I've heard so much about Madison's biology department.
Well, thank you, Miss...
Don't look at me. I never saw her before in my life.
Miss Brooks has such a quaint sense of humor. My name is Stephanie Forrest.
But you can call her Miss Forrest, if you want to live to see your frogs again.
What's that, Miss Brooks?
Never mind Miss Brooks now, Boynton.
What do you mean now?
Miss Brooks, will you stop mumbling? Boynton, Miss Forrest here is going to do a story on Miss Brooks for Snap magazine.
Oh, really? Then they must have picked you as the model teacher. Oh, that's wonderful, Miss Brooks. You know, I was going to write in and suggest your name myself, but then I got all wrapped up in my pigmentation experiments and neglected to do so.
Well, it's nice to know that you thought of me.
Well, now that you're here, Boynton, what is it you wanted to talk to me about?
Well, sir, it's something I need for my guinea pigs, but I'd rather talk to you when you're alone.
Oh, come now, Mr. Boynton. You mustn't keep anything back from a reporter.
What is it you need for the creatures, Boynton?
I'd rather not say in mixed company, sir.
Oh, come now. We're over 21.
Some of us are way over.
Oh, come on, Boynton. Out with it. What do you need for those guinea pigs?
Well, if you insist, hormones.
Well, that's peculiar behavior. You ran right out of the room.
Well, I guess I'd better be running along, too, Mr. Conklin.
Just a minute, Miss Forrest. Shouldn't we give the quarry a few minutes head start?
Right you are. Now.
Quiet, boys and girls. As some of you know, I have been chosen by Snap magazine as the model American schoolteacher of 1948. Thank you, boys and girls. And now I'd like you to meet Miss Forrest, Snap's layout editor. Quiet, boys.
Thank you, class. Now, before we take any pictures, Miss Brooks, would you please ask those boys standing in the back of the room to sit down?
They are sitting down, Miss Forrest. They're sitting on the top of the desk.
But why?
Well, with the room as crowded as it is, I use them as lifeguards.
Lifeguards?
Yes, they keep the smaller children from being shoved into the inkwells.
Snap magazine sits in while Miss Constance Brooks acts as faculty advisor.
Philosophy Club will now come to order.
Miss Brooks, I must in fixing your makeup between classes. You're making yourself look like a feature a school teacher.
Just that so many school teachers I've met bear such a marked resemblance to human beings.
Well, we'll just stick a few pencils in your hair and throw a little chalk dust on your suit. There, that's better. Now, just continue as if I weren't here.
That'll be a pleasure. Now, let's get on with the meeting, Walter.
Yes, ma'am. Our subject is, should a high school graduate turn to teaching as a career? But what I mean, Miss Brooks, is in the face of our inflated economy, what security is there in the teaching profession?
Well, Walter, the way I figure it is this. When I first started to teach school, $1 was worth $1. Last year, $1 was worth 60 cents, and this year it's worth 40 cents. So if I were earning more, I'd be getting poorer all the time. Thus, by being a school teacher, I'm actually saving for a rainy day.
Snap joins Miss Brooks for lunch in the school cafeteria.
Thanks so much for getting my lunch, Mr. Boynton.
You're very welcome, Miss Brooks. Here's your change. Let's see. I'm Swiss on rye. You're the stuffed tomato.
And, what am I?
Now, there's an opening you could drive a truck through. Forrest, is Pete going to take any pictures while I'm eating?
In a few minutes. He's getting a bite himself right now.
Oh, good. Then you'll have time to smear some mayonnaise on my nose.
Frankly, darling, I'm not terribly interested in you at the moment. Mr. Boynton, when we chased you into your laboratory before, you wouldn't tell us whom you were taking to the malt hop this afternoon.
Well, I really don't know if I should leave my work. You see...
There you are, Stephanie. I've been looking all over for you. You're going to the hop with me, aren't you?
Well, I can't tell yet, Walter.
Good afternoon, folks. Miss Forrest, as principal of Madison High, I feel that it is my very pleasant duty to invite you to the faculty-student dance this afternoon.
Well, really, Mr. Conklin, I don't know if I'll be finished with my work. That is, could I give you my answer after I've eaten? I haven't had a bit of lunch.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Forrest. I'll go get you a tray.
I'll get you a knife and fork.
If you'll just take my arm, Miss Forrest, I'll personally escort you to the steam table. Oh, no, it isn't.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Shall we have lunch together?
No, thanks, Harriet. I'm quite full. I've just eaten my heart out.
I saw what happened just now.
Well, it's my own fault, Harriet. My sins have come to roost.
Well, what do you mean, Miss Brooks?
I knew it. I just knew it.
Knew what?
I knew I shouldn't have sent that wire to Snap Magazine recommending me as the model teacher.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first... Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a luster cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Daumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream, not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream Shampoo and be a dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo. And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, things didn't work out quite as badly as I expected they would. Right before the dance, one of Mr. Boynton's guinea pigs had a blessed event. Triplets, in fact. And Mr. Boynton couldn't find a sitter for them anywhere. So he didn't even attend the hop. Walter Denton was kept in after school by his history teacher, and after a couple of dances with Mr. Conklin, Stephanie Forrest packed up her equipment, packed up Pete, and packed us in. Not long after that, I was sitting in the cafeteria one day when Walter rushed over all excited.
Miss Brooks, it's out. Snap Magazine with a 4-page spread of you as America's model teacher.
Let's see that, Walter.
Here, I've got it open to the story.
Well, I'll read the story later. How about the cover? Is my picture on it?
Well, it says Portrait of Model School Teacher, Miss Brooks, but here, you better look for yourself.
How do you like that Stephanie Forrest? A blackboard eraser with teeth.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Mary Jane Croft, and Jack Crucian.
Dentists know what cleans teeth best. And over 4,000 dentists say Colgate Tooth Powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth and night with Colgate Tooth Powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surfaces. Always brush away from the gums. See how this gets teeth naturally bright. It removes dull film that improper brushing misses. And Colgate Tooth Powder also sweetens your breath. Try it. Buy Colgate Tooth Powder today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur Park Avenue detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'd like to say a few words about health. Over 50% of all family colds can be traced to uneven heat or overheating in the home. So protect your family's health by burning blue coal, America's finest anthracite. Then you'll be sure of steady, lasting, healthful heat at less cost. The next time you order fuel, ask for blue coal by name. You don't have to get a full supply. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by Martha Tilton and the King's Men, and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Great Day. I was passing a neighborhood school just as the recess bell rang, and I stopped and watched as the youngsters came tumbling and racing out of the building like a herd of wild animals. Do you know what I thought about first? The abused floors in that school, and what a job it must be to protect them against that daily onslaught and keep them nice looking. You'll be interested to know that the makers of Johnson products have developed special wax polishes for floors in schools, office buildings, and hospitals. Floors that take a much heavier traffic beating than your floors at home. The next time you walk down a school or hospital or office building corridor, see if the floors look well cared for. If they do, chances are they're protected with Johnson's wax polishes. And just as your Johnson's Wax and Glow Coat save you both work and money, these special polishes developed for heavy traffic use also affect very large savings to the owners and managers of these properties. When you're buying polishes for your home, it will pay you always to insist upon the genuine Johnson's Wax polishes. Have you ever stood in your front door for half an hour saying goodbye to a visitor who wouldn't go home? Exasperating, isn't it? Well, here at 79 Wistful Vista, with his large feet blotting out the welcome on the mat, we find His Honor Mayor Latrivia, who seems to regret leaving Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, good night, Mayor Latrivia.
Good night, Mayor.
So nice of you to drop in.
Not at all, Mrs. McGee. I'm only sorry your husband won't take the job. You're sure you won't reconsider, McGee? No, I'm sorry, Latrivia. I may be the right man for the office and all that, and I'd like to serve the city, but my time is so valuable. Being all took up with Chamber of Commerce work.
Yeah, and besides, what does he know about catching dogs?
Well, all right, if that's fine, McGee. Good night to you both, and... Oh, my goodness, my briefcase. I left it on the coffee table, I believe. Oh, wait here, Trivial. I'll get it. Take a second. Right it on the table. Here should be right here. Here's your briefcase, Trivial. I'll come and see us again sometime. Thank you, I will. Good night, Mrs. McGee. I've enjoyed this visit very much.
Good night, Your Honor. I hope...
Oh, sure. Come in.
Hello there, kids. Oh, hello, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening. Glad to see you, but I must be going.
Hey, wait a minute. But I got the sale interest you, too, Mayor.
Well, I suppose I can wait one more minute and hear what this gentleman has to say.
What gentleman? Who, me? Oh! Well, here's the proposition, kids. And, Mr. Mayor, I'm selling chances on a turkey for Thanksgiving.
Oh, no. I don't like those things. In the first place, I never gamble. And besides, every time I do it, I lose.
Besides, you got to wait too long to see if you win.
Not on this one, Johnny. Draw a number, and if it's the lucky one, I'll tell you right away. How's about it? Only 2 bits.
Here, I'll take one.
Well, all right, so will I.
Well, now you've talked me into it. Give me one, too, old-timer.
Okay. One for you, daughter, Mr. Mayor. All right, Johnny, open them up.
Okay.
Call your numbers, kid.
27.
85.
207-540-78.
Hey, give me that. That's my Social Security card. Here's your number, Johnny.
17.
Well, did any of us win?
Nope. The winning number was 33. But the first fellow to take a chance this morning got that and won the turkey. Kind of taken all the element of luck out of it, you might say. So don't feel bad about gambling, daughter. You never had a chance anyway.
Why, that antiquated old gyp artist, who does he think?
Oh, that's all right, Mr. McGee. Takes all kinds of people to make a world, you know.
Yeah, and that kind ought to go somewhere else and make one of their own. Must you be rushing off so soon, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mrs. McGee, I have an appointment with a Miss Meach, a knitting expert.
Oh, you taking lessons, Latrivia?
Oh, no. No, she's making an Afghan for an aunt of mine for Christmas.
Go on, how can anybody knit an ash can?
No, he said Afghan, McGee.
Huh?
Afghan. It's a kind of a muffler for your hips.
Well, that's very good, Mrs. McGee. That's very good.
Yeah,
But as I say, I have an appointment, so I'll just be... by the way, do you know where Miss Meach lives? It's in the neighborhood.
Meach? Never heard of her, Latrivia.
Nor I.
Oh, dear. Well, may I see your telephone book a moment? I'll look it up.
It's right there under the hall table, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you so much. Let me see.
Hey, Molly, ain't he ever going to get out of here?
What can we do? We can't very well take him by the nape of the neck and throw him down the front steps, can we?
Maybe not, but you're putting some awful evil thoughts in my curly little head. Personally, I
found it. Thank you very much, and good night.
Well, good night, Trivial.
Good night, and next time you're out this way...
I'll get it, Molly. McGee's residence? Yes, huh? Oh, is that you, Mert? Yeah, the mayor's right here.
It's for you, Your Honor.
Oh, good thing I stayed a few seconds.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's that, Mert? Your grandmother? Plastered again, eh?
Oh, McGee, what on earth happened?
Mert's grandmother got pleurisy again. They got her plastered from here clear on to here. What's that, Mert? Oh, yes, the mayor's right here. Okay, I'll tell him, Mert. Goodbye.
Who was it, McGee?
Your secretary called. Says to remind you that you're laying the cornerstone for the new roundhouse tomorrow.
Oh, yes. I completely forgot about that. Thank you. Well, I'd better be running along now. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Trev. Come in again sometime.
Thank you, I will. I'll be past here again next week in connection with paving the alley back of your house.
Oh, yes, it's in terrible shape now.
Oh.
You can even see big holes in it from our kitchen window.
No.
Oh, sure you can. I look
My goodness, I never read...
Oh.
Do you mind if I look?
Why, no, not at all, Mr. Mayor. Right this way and through the hall here.
Oh, well, that guy here. I know one way to get rid of a guy like that, but somebody's sure to find the body.
Martha Tilton sings My Silent Love.
How I long to tell all the things I have planned. Still, it's wrong to tell. You would not understand. For you go along, never dreaming I care, loving somebody somewhere, leaving me my silent
Well, I simply must be getting downtown, Mrs. McGee. I'm afraid I've overstayed my visit a trifle. I feel like the man who came to dinner.
Yeah, he broke his leg on the way out, didn't he?
Here, let me help you down the steps, Latrivia. No, never mind. I can make it. Good night, Mrs. McGee.
Good night again.
Good night, old man. Anytime you're down at the City Hall, I hope...
What's the matter? Is there no hope down at the City Hall?
You have a visitor, Mrs. McGee. A lady is coming up the walk. Ladies coming up? No. Uh-oh. It's Mrs. Uppington. Mrs. Uppington?
Yes, you remember. She's one of our social leaders. Yeah. With a family tree that would make a giant redwood look like a sapling.
And not a good-looking limb on the whole...
McGee.
Oh, hi, Uppy.
How do you do, Mr. McGee? And Mrs. McGee.
Hello, Abigail.
Nice to see you again, Mrs. Uppington.
I saw your automobile out in front, Your Honor, and thought I might speak to you for a moment. Am I interrupting?
Oh, no. The mayor was just leaving, Uppy. 3 hours later, and you probably would have missed him.
Not that we would like to have him spend the rest of the evening with us, what there is of it.
What was it you wished to consult me about, Mrs. Uppington?
Your Honor, the Ladies' Club, of which I am temporarily chairwoman...
Here, woman, have a chair.
Temporarily.
Thank you, no. Our club, Your Honor, has passed a resolution demanding that the City Council supply heated water for the horse trough on the east side of City Hall Square. We consider it cruel and inhuman to let those poor animals drink half-frozen water all winter.
That's a great idea, Uppy. I think they ought to have a box of Kleenex there, too. So they can wipe their faces. Ever notice how they kind of drip all over their puss after they have
McGee, Mrs. Uppington is serious.
How can you tell?
By the way she sticks out her chin.
Which one, the top one?
Now, please, I am serious. Well, Mr. Mayor?
Mrs. Uppington, my compliments to the ladies of your club, whose admirable sentiments do them credit. Please inform them for me that this matter has already been presented to the City Council, and action was deferred indefinitely for the excellent reason that Wistful Vista is not only not a one-horse town, it is a no-horse town.
Well, looks like your campaign had whinnied right in your face, Abigail.
Why don't you girls get busy and knit some silencers for our manhole covers?
Mr. McGee, I bitterly resent your derisive attitude. It is a situation which demands immediate action.
But, madam, in a community which lacks horses, I think...
But we have foreseen that difficulty, Mr. Mayor, and have collected the sum of $87 toward the purchase of a horse. Here, take it. Oh, and now perhaps we girls can sleep of nights knowing that the poor frozen animal, when we get it, can drink his fill of nice, warm water. Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Determined sort of person, isn't she?
Oh, she means well, Mr. Mayor. Just a little misguided. You know, last spring she wanted to go around and pick up all the baby robins and give them flying lessons.
Yeah, she even bought time on the radio and called it We the Peep. Oh, yes, I remember it. Laid an egg. Oh, well, I simply must be trotting along. Thank you for a very pleasant visit. Oh, not at all, Latrivia. Glad you dropped in. Well, so long.
Goodbye, Mr. Mayor.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Mayor.
Molly. Hello, Pepper. Oh, hello, Mr. Mayor.
Don't delay the mayor, Wilcox. He's anxious to be on his way.
Yes, we're nearly desperate. I mean, the mayor has desperately been trying to leave for an hour now, haven't you, Your Honor?
Indeed, I have, Mrs. McGee, but I'm glad Mr. Wilcox dropped in. I did wish to see him. Well, we might as well go back into the living room, folks. I've been leaning against this jam so long I can hardly hold my raspberries.
What did you want to see me about, Mr. Mayor? That parking ticket I asked you to fix for me a couple of days ago?
That's exactly what I mean, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, now, look, the circumstances of the case...
The circumstances have nothing whatsoever to do with it. I wish to state categorically...
Oh, categorically, my cat. Pipe down a minute and let me explain.
Why, Mr. Wilcox, is that any way to talk to the mayor?
Why not, Molly? I bawled a cop out once.
You did?
I surely did. I never raised my voice while I was doing it, too, either. And a good thing, because if he'd have heard me, I'd have got 90 days in the pokey.
What's your excuse, Wilcox?
Well, look, I got a rush call from a Mrs. Harrison.
Yeah.
She'd only been married a week, and she was all upset, practically crying.
Oh, that's all.
Her husband was bringing some friends home from the office, and her kitchen linoleum was a mess. Dull and lifeless, faded colors, dry and patchy looking. She was so ashamed of it, she was almost in tears.
Nevertheless, parking next to a fire plug, Mr. Wilcox, is not...
It was the only place to park. This was an emergency. I dashed out there with a can of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
For these rescue parties, you ought to carry a little barrel of it around your neck like a St. Bernard.
Quiet, dearie. I want to hear about the little bride.
Well, that's about all. I demonstrated to her how quickly Johnson's glow coat would bring out the beauty of the pattern in her linoleum.
Yes?
How it would restore the luster and brilliance and make it so much easier to keep her kitchen clean and sparkling, and with absolutely no rubbing or buffing. Why, it saved the day for her. So you see, Your Honor, you can't let a measly little parking violation stand against the possible breaking up of a home, the wreck of a happy marriage, simply because...
I'm sorry, Wilcox. I didn't understand the circumstances. You may forget the matter on one condition.
I know, that I be more careful in the future.
No, that you dash out and show my housekeeper about glow coat. My linoleum has got more cracks than the first 5 minutes of Bob Hope.
I'll do it right away. So long, folks.
Ah, that Wilcox is a great guy, Latrivia. He's going places. How about you?
Oh, yes. What am I thinking of? Excuse me for procrastinating my departure.
Here's your briefcase, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you. And may I say that...
Here's your hat.
Thank you. And I wish to express
Drop
my...
in again any time you're out this way, Mr. Mayor. Goodbye.
Goodbye, and I only hope...
Oh, not a bit of it, old man. Not a bit of it. So long now. Glad you dropped in. Things kind of get dull around here around midnight.
Yes.
Kind of dry, too.
Yes. I'm pretty dry myself. And may I trouble you for a glass of water before I leave?
Why, of course, Your Honor. Just step out into the kitchen here and,
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. If that guy takes any longer to pull his freight, he's going to hear it from the Interstate Commerce Commission. All that dead...
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, sis. Look, beat it and come back some other time, will you?
Why?
We got a visitor who we've been trying to get... Trying to get him out of here for 2 hours. I don't want you delaying him, too.
I know. It's Marilyn Trivia, I betcha.
How'd you know?
I saw his car outside.
Oh.
Gee, it's a snarky one, too. It's a super duper.
Hey, now, easy on the slang, sis. You see what it did to me.
Why?
Well, the use of slang indicates the possession of an inadequate vocabulary. If you can't express yourself in legitimate English, you're sticking your neck out for some slug to tag you as a chumpo. See? I say...
My teacher says I'm dandy in English, I betcha.
Oh, she does, eh? I said she does.
Does what?
Your teacher says you're dandy in English.
She does, she?
Ed read it. You just said she did.
My teacher says I'm a dandy on colloquialisms, mister. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
I mean, how are you on colloquialisms?
Well, I never went in much for athletics.
I bet you don't even know what a colloquialism is, I bet you.
Go on, everybody knows that. I'll bet you don't.
I do, too.
Oh, yeah? Well, then what is an alcohol, or what? What is it?
Well, Webster says the standards of English pronunciation, so far as the standard may be said to exist, is the usage that now prevails among educated and cultured people.
Yeah.
Though we must frankly admit the fact that at present uniformity of pronunciation is not to be found throughout the English-speaking world. What's Marilyn Trivia doing here?
How did Webster ever hear about Mayor Latrivia? Look, sis, please beat it. As it is, the mayor is sticking around here like honey on a hot cake.
Like what?
Like honey on a...
I'm hungry.
Oh, here's a quarter. Go get yourself a soda. Goodbye. What a night. It ain't enough that we got a guest that's allergic to doorknobs. I got to be pestered.
Well, McGee, the mayor's going now.
Yes, Mr. McGee, and thank you for all your trouble.
Oh, think nothing of it, Latrivia. I'm going to miss you around here. Well, if I do, I'll take another throw.
Now, McGee, he's just kidding, Your Honor.
Of course.
Yes.
Quite a gusher.
Yes. It's nice to have seen you. You needn't show me the door, Mrs. McGee. I know the way.
All right, Mr. Mayor. Oh, no, not in there.
Not that door, Latrivia.
Why, isn't this the front door?
Got to straighten out that closet one of these days. Come on, Latrivia, we got work to do.
The King's Men sing
30 more shopping days till Christmas, still have lots of time. I've decided to skip this year, I won't spend a dime. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick, only 30 more shopping days till Christmas. Gee, that's not so long. I am sending out cards this year, then I can't go wrong. I'll have to buy one little present for Aunt Minnie. That can wait a while. Lots of time to choose, what have I got to lose? Still got 20 more shopping days till Christmas. Gee, but it's a bore. Let's see, 20? Well, that's not bad. Still got plenty more. Take your time, what's the rush about? Stop that hurrying, stop that worrying, hurry and worry is out. All you gotta do is make a list, decide upon the price to pay. All the dither and the bother and the lather and the pother will be done before Christmas Day. Trust me, I'll be ready then. Golly, Mr. Dooley, there's that man again. Tick-tock, 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 tick. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Only 5 more shopping days till Christmas. Better go buy a tree. Must get Mama that new fur coat. She'll be mad at me. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick. Only 3 more shopping days till Christmas. Lots of things to buy. Should have started it weeks ago. How the time does fly. Almost forgot to get that streamlined train for Junior. Where's my shopping list? Molly and Tony and Michael and Fred, a dolly, a pony, a cycle, a sled. Hear me calling Santa Claus, I need your help because there's only 2 little shopping days till Christmas. Now it's almost here. That old feeling gets in your hide, comes a stealing up here inside. Now I'm sorry that Christmas tide comes but once a year. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Okay, Latrivia. You can put your coat back on now. That's everything.
I really don't think you should have made the mayor put all those things back in the closet, McGee.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mrs. McGee. But what puzzles me is, how on earth can you get all that junk into that horrible little 2x4 hole in the wall?
Well, it's just an accumulation of little treasures, Mr. Mayor. Sort of a domestic Fort Knox.
Yeah, it saves time, too. When I come downstairs at night looking for burglars, I know darn well they ain't in there. So I get in there. Well, you got to be going, Latrivia?
Yes, and believe me, I'm truly sorry if I've discommoded you. My departure
has been postponed again. I'll bet a cookie. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wimple.
You met Mayor Latrivia, Wimp?
Oh, yes. Mr. Wimple wrote a poem in honor of my inauguration as mayor. Oh. Didn't you, Mr. Wimple?
Indeed, I did, Your Honor. 2 verses and 27 choruses. I called it Our Old Gray Mayor, He's Just What He Used to Be. Sweetie Face, my wife, always says...
Incidentally, how is the little woman, Wimple?
The, what, Your Honor?
The little woman.
You're really not much on dimensions, are you, Mr. Mayor?
I'm afraid little is a bad description, Your Honor.
No, Mrs. Wimple is what we refer to as an Amazon, Trivial.
Amazon? River?
Yeah. She's long and wide and with a big mouth. Slow moving but dangerous, and you cross her at your own risk.
Now, Mr. McGee, that's hardly fair to Sweetie Face.
Well...
She's really a charming person, really. You should see her sitting in the window of an evening, cuddling her pets in her lap.
Oh, what are her pets, Wimple?
Well, she has one leopard and one pygmy elephant. Once she had a kangaroo that she used to box with, but not anymore.
Well, what happened to it, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, it got a cauliflower tail and went back to Australia.
Well, was there something we could do for you, Mr. Wimple?
No, Mrs. McGee. I just stopped in to pass the time of day. It's 9:45. Good night.
His wife must be quite a female.
That, Mr. Mayor, is the understatement of the week.
She is to ordinary femininity what Cologne's mustache is to the fuzz on a peach.
Well, it's certainly been pleasant meeting all your friends, but all good things must come to an end, you know.
Yes, that's what the hickory switch said when it was carried into the woodshed. Well, here's your hat and briefcase again, Your Honor.
Thank you, and good night.
You better get going, Latrivia. It sounds like rain. And let us know when you're going to drop by again, and we'll build on a guest room.
Oh, that's very... Oh, I'd better wait. It might be for me again.
Why, certainly. Why should anybody be calling us here? Answer it, McGee.
Okay, if it's for you, Latrivia, shall I tell them you've left?
Well, why should you tell them that?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just a dreamer, I guess. McGee's residence? Who? Yes, he's here, but unless it's important, I don't want to... What say? Huh? Who? It is? Oh, my gosh. Hey, Latrivia, your secretary's calling. Says the city hall is flooded.
Flooded? Oh, my goodness. Tell her I'll be right down.
Hello. You'll be right down. Goodbye. Come on, Molly.
Where?
Well, let's go with him and see if we can...
Yes, do come. Oh, this is terrible. Come on. Come on. He's flooded. Come on, McGee. Hurry, Mrs. McGee.
Say, what is this anyway?
I don't talk now, Molly. Come on inside.
That's it. Where's the fire? Oh, where's the... What's it? I don't understand this. Everything seems perfectly normal around here.
Well, it does to me, too. McGee. Huh?
I thought you said my secretary said the city hall was flooded.
Yeah, but you didn't let me finish. She said it was flooded with phone calls wanting to know if you'd be back tonight.
Well, heavenly day.
McGee, was this just a trick to get me out?
Latrivia. That's why you're such a wonderful mayor. You catch on like a burr on a beagle. Come on,
It takes more than brick and mortar and shingles to make a home. Yes, that's pretty obvious. It's a thing every woman knows, especially if she's got children. You know, it's pretty important for children to like their home, to be proud of it and want to bring their friends there. How do smart women go about making their homes attractive? Not necessarily by spending a lot of money. No, you achieve that home-like quality by all the little things you do. The good taste you show in arranging your things. By adding the beauty and protection that wax polish offers with genuine Johnson's wax. The rich beauty that comes with regular application of Johnson's wax to your floors, furniture, and woodwork is impossible to obtain in any other way. It costs little, it saves much, both in wear and tear and in actual housework. Women who know call it protective housekeeping. And to play safe, they always buy the genuine Johnson's wax, paste, cream, or liquid.
Hey, Molly.
Yes, dearie?
What were we doing when Latrivia moved in on us?
Planning our Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh, yeah, Thanksgiving dinner. Did you get a big plump gobbler?
20 years ago, and this year he's going to eat chicken.
Huh? Good night.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. And may we urge you once more to join the Red Cross. Put your heart in their work. Good night.
What product does two things at once? It's Johnson's Carnew, the modern auto polish that both cleans and wax polishes in one application. It used to take hard work and cost real money to do these two jobs, but with Carnew you can do them in half the time. Polishing is a good start on your car, so why not get a can of Johnson's Car New this week? This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Amazing stories of the sea, there is one which invariably evokes a smile of skepticism and disbelief. But that smile vanishes whenever the story itself is supplemented by the convincing evidence of its truth. The New York Sun of October 9th, 1931, published a complete account of the incredulous affair. Here is that story.
It was a long and hazardous voyage that Captain Neil Curry undertook when his ship sailed out of the harbor of Liverpool that morning in 1881. But as the days passed and the wind blew fair, everyone, captain, his wife, and the crew alike, was lulled into a false security. And then, on a certain night, when the ship lay 1,500 miles off the coast of Mexico, catastrophe struck.
Captain Curry! Captain, sir! In the galley, sir! Fire's broken out!
Long before the captain and his wife reached the galley, the smell of smoke stung their nostrils. When they arrived, the flames were already consuming the walls and creeping hungrily out into the other parts of the hold.
It's no use, sir. We can't stop it.
All right, Wheeler. Give the order to abandon ship. There were only 3 lifeboats, and they were pitifully frail. For a time, the eyes of every man in them were pinned on the fiery hulk which they had left behind them. As they watched in horror, it began to settle, and slowly the waves washed over it.
Then there's no hope at all. We'll die of thirst.
Yes, unless a ship comes. But no ship came. The night passed, another day, and another night. And now, their lips were cracked, and their tongues parched, and they spoke in hoarse whispers.
I can't stand it. There's water there. I'm going to get down.
You fool! That's salt water.
Neil, look. The water around us, it looks different. It's always been blue, and now it's green. Well, it looks like the water in a pool or a lake. Neil, I'm going to try.
Captain Curry bent forward and seized his wife's arm. But he was too late. She had dipped her hand into the sea, and now her fingers were in her mouth.
It's fresh water. There's no salt in it. We can drink it.
Captain Curry's wife had not gone mad. There, in the midst of the ocean, the captain and his crew leaned over the sides of their boats and drank their fill. And when their thirst was slaked, they took up their vigil again with renewed hope. And when at last a ship appeared and they were taken aboard, they knew that they owed their lives to a miracle without parallel in the history of the sea. A miracle incredible but true.
Golly, what a wallop! He rang the bell again.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Cheerios gives you a kind of nourishment that really counts. Cheerios is a cereal that really helps you build up strength and energy. So for your better breakfast, always start with Cheerios. Cheerios. Cheerios.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
If you were to call a girl Angel Face, she'd have to be a beautiful girl. A girl as beautiful and lonely as Dolores. Caught doing a job she didn't especially care anything about. Waiting for the chance to get away from it all. With the boy she loved. Hello, creeps. This is T4Y, opening the doors to the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight we bring you a modern horror story, complete with chills and frightening situations. It's It's called Angel Face, and it was written by Mr. Walter Wilson. I felt it was worth bothering with, even though Mr. Wilson is somewhat a newcomer at this writing game, and we had planned to bring you one of the more prominent authors from our shelves downstairs. Here, then, is Angel Face by Walter Wilson. Our scene is a smart nightclub in Midtown Manhattan.
To sing my love song to, and until the day that one comes along, I'll sing my song.
Waiter, have you seen Miss... Yes, sir, I know. She's waiting for you, all right. The corner table. You're late tonight, Mr. Wrangler. Yes, I know. Thank you. Oh, here you are, Dolores. Sorry I'm late. Oh, gosh, Dolores. You look lovely.
Oh, Joe.
Gee, I'm getting so I can't think about anything but you. All day at the bank, I keep wishing it was time to get off so I could see you.
Oh, Joe, you're sweet. I think about you all the time, too.
I guess I thought there never could be anyone like you. For me, anyway.
I never thought I'd meet anyone like you. A real nice guy like you. You know what some people think of chorus girls. And gee, you make me feel like I was something out of this world or something.
Oh, you are, Dolores. You've got a face just like an angel.
You say such pretty things, Joe. Sometimes I almost want to cry. You say such pretty things.
3 weeks ago, we didn't even know each other. But we were meant to meet. We were meant to stay together, too, you and I, for always. And we can't let anything interfere and spoil things for us, ever.
Why, Joe...
You think that, too, don't you, Dolores? Tell me you think that.
Joe, darling, what's the matter? Of course nothing's going to spoil things for us.
I couldn't live without you, Dolores. I just couldn't live without you.
Joe, I love you. I love you like I never loved anyone before. You're the first person who's ever been really kind to me. I know something's the matter. Tell me, Joe. Maybe I couldn't help, but tell me. It hurts knowing there's something wrong and me not knowing what it is so I could help.
Oh, Dolores.
Is it something at the bank? Joe, it's not something at the bank.
Dolores.
Is it?
Well, yes.
Joe.
I was going to put it back. I just needed some money quick.
But what for? What was it?
It was important. It was the first important thing that ever happened to me, Dolores. I couldn't let it slip away.
Joe. Joe, do you mean to say you did it for me? All that money you've been spending on me, taking me to expensive places like this, that was...
Don't you see... Just see, I was afraid I'd lose you.
Oh. Look, Joe, I have a little money saved up. Not much, of course, but some. Take it and put the money back if it's enough. How much was it?
You'd do that for me? Oh, no, it's too late for that. It was only $400 or $500, but the auditors will catch up to me in a day or two, and then it'll be all up. They came unexpectedly. Oh, it's no use, Dolores.
They can't do this, Joe. Look, we'll run away. We'll go somewhere where they'll never find us. They can't do this to us.
You don't know what you're letting yourself in for, Dolores.
I don't care. Wherever you go, I'll go with you.
You won't be afraid?
Not with you, Joe. I won't be afraid of anything. Oh, Joe, hold my hand. Hold it tight.
Darling.
I'll be all right, Joe. We'll make out, won't we? Joe, I said it...
Dolores, it's going to take money to get away.
You can have everything I've got, Joe. And I can hock that bracelet you gave me, and...
They're going to be after me anyway.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, a lot of money would help. There's an old saying, you might as well hang for a sheep.
Joe!
Look, they don't suspect anything yet, but I've got to work fast. If I could lay my hands on some real money, say $20,000.
Oh, no, Joe, we've got trouble enough.
They're going to try to send me to jail for a few hundred anyway, Dolores, and with $20,000...
But won't this just make it worse?
Darling, it can't be any worse. Will you stick with me, Dolores? Will you? Will you, darling?
I told you I'd do anything. Whatever we have to do. I'm sticking with you, Joe.
Yes, so what can I do for you, please?
You a locksmith?
Yes. Yes, you want some keys made, perhaps?
No, I want you to do a job for me. Sort of a special job.
Well, why not?
I'll make it worth your while. You see, here's the address. It's right in the neighborhood.
Let me see. Miss Dolores Still, apartment 11E, 201 Bedford. I don't know about this.
I'll have to explain it to you when we get there.
Well, if it's a lock, I can fix on.
I told you I'd make it worth your while.
Well, I'd have to charge you for it. A special job like this and leaving my shop and all.
Here, will this do?
Oh, sure, mister, sure, yeah. For this, I can fix.
Is that you?
Yeah. Joe.
Oh, Joe, are you all right?
Yeah, sure.
I'm worried so every minute.
I think it's all right. Nobody noticed a thing. They won't know till they balance the books tomorrow night. And by that time, we'll be a long way away.
They won't think anything tomorrow morning when you don't show up for work.
I told one of the boys I was going to the races. And he's going to tell him I phoned in and said I was sick. That'll give me a good start on them.
Sure it will. It'll work out all right. You'll see.
Yeah. Well, here it is. In this little satchel. $20,000.
Gee.
I want you to have a duplicate key to the satchel in case anything happens to me.
No, nothing must happen to you, Joe. It can't. It just can't.
Of course, nothing will happen to me. I only meant just in case.
No, I don't want the key. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't want the money. What good would it do me? The only reason we've got it is so you and I can have a chance at living and belonging to each other. Maybe we're doing wrong, I don't know. I guess people would say it's wrong. Only it's the only way we have a chance of being together, and that couldn't be wrong, could it?
No, you and me, that's the rightest thing in the world. We've got to get going in a minute. Just let me kiss you.
Joe. Joe, you're trembling.
I know. It'll pass. It's just my nerves. It'll pass off in a minute.
Here, take a little brandy. It'll fix you up. Here you are.
Thanks. Guess I need it. You're not having any?
No. You know I never could drink brandy.
Well. Oh, that feels good. What I needed, all right.
Sure, Joe. Yeah. Just what you needed.
It's funny. All of a sudden,
What's the matter, Joe?
I feel so... Dolores, Brandy!
Joe.
Yeah?
Al?
Yeah. Can you talk?
The coast's clear.
All set?
Sure, Al.
Did he fall for it, Dolores?
Of course he fell for it. The sucker. Al?
Yeah.
There he is.
out like a light.
Nice going, baby.
It was a cinch.
You sure can handle them.
Well,
Come on, kid. We got work to do.
don't I even rate a kiss?
Oh, sure, baby. I was just thinking maybe we ought...
Is that all? Well, that's better, Al. You liked that, didn't you?
Yeah.
You still love your little Dolores, don't you? Well, you couldn't get along without her, now, could you, Al?
Oh, sure. You know I love you, Dolores.
Sure, Dolores knows her little boy loves her. She just wants to be sure, that's all.
Oh, Dolores.
And Al would never think of leaving his little Dolores. Now, would he? That wouldn't be a wise thing to do at all. Would it?
Oh, take it easy, Dolores. What's eating you? You know me.
Sure, I know you, Al. We've been around a lot together, you and me. It isn't as if this was our first job.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, this one was a cinch. He fell for it even harder than that guy in Chicago. What was his name? Oh, Tom Stevens.
Don't use names like that. Someday you'll say something in the wrong place.
Relax, Al. Everything's hunky-dory.
Yeah, I know,
Well,
but
what are
just
you
as-
worrying about Tom Stevens for? They're still looking for him and the payroll he made off with. Tom's been 6 feet under for nearly a year now. And even if somebody does dig up that truck...
Dolores, lay off.
Oh, Tom was kind of nice. He always used to call me Angel Face. Remember?
Angel face, cripes.
What's the matter with Angel Face? Oh, come on now, Al. Don't look so sour. We just made 20 grand. I feel swell. Come to think of it, I feel kind of hungry.
Hungry?
Sure, hungry. I'll rustle up something in the kitchen.
I couldn't eat a thing.
Come on, now that's no way to talk. We got a job to do tonight. You got to keep up your strength, Al.
Yeah, well, look, let's get that guy out of the way before somebody walks in.
No one's gonna walk in. And him, he's out cold for a good 4 hours.
Well...
Oh, okay. Let's dump him in the trunk. I'll give you a hand.
Yeah, let's get this thing over with, huh?
I wonder why they always seem to weigh so much more when they're out this way.
I don't know.
Close it, Al.
Yeah. All right. Now suppose we get going, huh?
Well, what's your hurry? I told you I was hungry. Come on out to the kitchen.
It beats me the way you calmly go ahead.
All right. I tell you, he's out for hours. We got plenty of time because when he comes to, he'll be 6 feet under.
Shut up, will you?
Come along. We'll look in the icebox. Maybe I can find you a chicken heart.
Another red light.
Take it easy, Al. We're not trying to catch a train.
Yeah, well, I don't like it. Maybe somebody saw us. Maybe somebody will stop us or something.
Sure, maybe this, maybe that, maybe anything. Maybe we wouldn't have a thin dime between us if I listened to you squawking all the time. Well, go ahead. You got the green.
Okay. I just feel better when we get rid of this load. I don't like driving around with anything hot like this.
Ah, you're a dope. We haven't got such a hot load.
Oh, yeah? We could face a murder rap and you say it isn't hot.
Not on this trip, Al. Not on the way out. The guy's alive still, ain't he? Of course, I admit it takes some fast talking to explain why we got him in a trunk. But if someone was to stop us this very minute and found him there, wouldn't be no murder rap. He's alive. So just relax, Al. We got no worries. That's deep enough, ain't it?
Yeah. Okay. That hole will take the trunk all right.
Here, we'll drag it over.
I tell you, I'll be glad to see the last of this. Right, that's heavy.
Here. Let's shove it down.
No. Wait a minute.
What for?
I just want to see if I can hear him breathing.
Hear anything?
No, not a thing. You suppose...
No, you couldn't hear a thing through the trunk anyway. He's just out cold from that drink I gave him. Open it up if you want to.
No.
All right, then. What are we waiting for? Here, help me give it a shove. Okay. Shovel the dirt back in. Al, take your shovel and get to work. Al, what are you just standing there for?
You think he comes to down there under the ground and there isn't any air and
Al.
Well, what do you think the air's gone and it's all over? Even before he comes to.
Give me that shovel. There. Top's covered over. You can hardly see any of the trunk now. Here, you can finish it. Take the shovel, Al.
Well, that's over with.
20,000 now. 20,000 cash.
Yeah, I guess we can use it, all right.
You're darn tootin' we can. And there's more where that came from.
What do you mean? If the guy's dead, how
He
can...
wasn't the last sucker alive, Al. There's plenty more where he came from.
Now, look, don't you figure we ought to lay low for a while? We don't want to take no chances. We got enough to last us for a while
Who's
now.
taking any chances? No one will ever pin anything on us.
Yeah, but I still think it wouldn't do no harm to kind of lay low for a while after this job, see?
Al, you'll never change.
What do you mean I won't change?
You're a small-timer. Just like when I picked you up. A small-time punk. That's all you'll ever be.
Don't you talk that way to me.
Shut up. Small-time punk. Small-time rackets for small-time dough.
Yeah? Well, at least I didn't have no murder raps hanging over me till I met you. I can thank you for that.
Well, of all the ungrateful, low-down... Here I pick you up practically out of the gutter and make a man of you. I cut you in on some big-time stuff, and that's the gratitude I get. Just let me tell you one thing, pretty boy, and that
Dolores.
is... Yes?
I'm sorry, Dolores. It's just my nerves. See, I say things I don't mean.
Well, that's better.
Yeah, it's just my nerves. I got to thinking about the guy in that trunk and the cops.
He's 6 feet underground, Al. And why should you worry about him? Joe wasn't exactly a friend of yours. After the way he made love to me, you'd hardly call him a friend of yours.
Well, I didn't like that part of it either.
The way he used to make love to me. Dolores would say you got a face like an angel. He said he thought there never could be anyone like me.
Yeah, you had something there.
He used to say he could never live without me. He said we'd loved each other all our lives. The only part of our lives that mattered. And then he kissed me. I bet that used to make you jealous, Al, huh? Didn't it, Al? Didn't that used to make you real jealous?
I told you I didn't like that part of it, didn't I?
Well, you won't have to be jealous anymore, will you, Al? You'll have your little Dolores all to yourself. You'll like that, won't you?
Yeah.
We got 20 grand, and Dolores is going to buy her pretty boy a nice present. We'll be home soon. And we'll be all alone. Just Al and Dolores. Here we are, Al. Home again.
Yeah.
No, don't turn on the light for a minute. Just kiss me first.
Oh, baby.
All right, you can turn on the light now. Joe! Joe!
Good evening, Dolores.
Cripes. Why, you...
Take it easy, Al. Can't you see he's got a gun?
You're supposed to be dead.
Why don't you two sit down? You're both a little overwrought. Now, there. Where we are. I think we've got a few things to talk over. But, calmly. That's why I've got this gun, so we can talk things over calmly.
You're supposed to be dead.
He must have got out of the trunk while we were in the kitchen.
You'd like a spot of brandy. Probably chilly from your little expedition. Grave digging is so depressing, don't you think? Oh, don't worry. The brandy was not poison. I saw to that this morning.
How'd you get out? The trunk was locked.
I thought it would be. That's why I saw a locksmith this morning when you were out and had it fixed, so it could be unlocked from the inside. You see, I made a few plans, too. Like putting those weights in the trunk to take my place.
And you got out of the trunk while we were in the kitchen. Oh, you smart guy. You real smart guy. But you haven't got a thing on us.
We'll let the police be the judge of that.
You ain't going to call no cops, Joe. You can't afford to. You got a rap waiting for you, and you know it. A little matter of the bank's $20,000.
Oh, that, huh? Well, you see, I don't work in a bank.
What? Where'd you get that cash?
It belonged to me. And you and I didn't meet by chance, Dolores. I waited a long time to meet you. Yeah. I looked for you a long, long time.
What did you want to meet me for?
Because I want to see you and this punk of yours hanged for the murder of Tom Stevens in Chicago.
What?
How'd you know about that?
Let him talk. Let him talk. Doesn't make any difference now. I've got all the evidence I need. It all fits together.
Okay, so we did bump off Stevens. But it's still just your word against ours.
No. Oh, it's your word. Your words verbatim. I told you I did some planning, too. That dictograph behind your chair has just this moment recorded your confession.
Why, you...
Stay right there. Now, that's better. Now I've got a call to make. The police. Remember, I've still got you covered. Oh, you wanted to know where I got the money. The $20,000 you thought I'd taken from the bank I told you was mine? It is. And quite legally. The paid claim of a life insurance policy of which I was the beneficiary. Tom Stevens of Chicago.
Tom Stevens?
Yeah, the man you killed.
Tom Stevens.
That's right, isn't it? That's right, isn't it? Angel Face?
Angel Face? That's what Tom...
Yeah, that's what Tom used to call you, isn't it?
But how did you know?
I guess I forgot to tell you. My name isn't Joe Anglin, it's Joe Stevens. You see, Tom was my brother.
That was Angel Face, a modern surprise in horror stories, written for the Mystery Playhouse by Walter Wilson. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Well, it's getting early again. This is T4Y, closing the doors to the Mystery Playhouse and saying good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
In the month just ahead, there will be many days that are cloudy and gray. Isn't it very important on such days to have your home bright and cheerful? Your kitchen especially, where you spend so many hours? There's one thing that will brighten your kitchen more than anything else. Gleaming linoleum floors kept fresh and spotless with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat requires no rubbing or buffing. There's practically no work to it. You just apply Glow Coat, it shines while it dries with no further work from you. It not only keeps your floors beautiful, but it actually makes linoleum last many times longer than an unprotected floor. Glow Coat is safe, easy to use, and sure to please. Try some tomorrow on your floors. Ask for Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat. GLO-COAT.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents... Screen Director's Assignment. Production, Hold Back the Dawn.
Director Mitchell Lyson. Stars Charles Boyer, Vanessa Brown.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a story fashioned for the heart. Hold Back the Dawn, starring Charles Boyer with Vanessa Brown, and introducing the director of the film, Mitchell Lyson. Some weeks ago, the NBC Theater introduced one of Hollywood's most expert directors of motion picture comedy. Tonight, he is our guest once again, as we present a film story of a quite different character. Thus, an impressive versatility is limelighted by the contrast between comedy and romantic drama, two forms of entertainment vividly directed by the same artist. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of such excellent films as Lady in the Dark, Kitty, To Each His Own, and tonight's story, Hold Back the Dawn, Mr. Mitchell Lyson.
Thank you. Hold Back the Dawn was a rather unusual film which tried to tell a story of how a motion picture is made. And that's how I happened to end up in front of the camera myself, managing somehow to act the part of a screen director named Mitchell Lyson. My job in the opening sequence was to listen as a fascinating rascal down on his luck tried to sell his story to motion pictures. Hold Back the Dawn is the story he told me. And now, Charles Boyer, starring in his original role of George Iscovescu, with Vanessa Brown as Annie.
On one side of the high wire fence, standing in the desert heat, the stars and stripes flutter in the sunshine. For many waiting on the Mexican side, that flag is the goal, the soil it flies over, the dream. To George Iscovescu, barely within the law, international confidence man, gigolo, it merely means another people to exploit. But in his interview with the American consul on the Mexican side, George Iscovescu has met defeat for the third time in a year. Bewildered, despairing at last, George Iscovescu leaves the office of the consul. A very relaxed, cynical stranger speaks to him as he comes into the waiting room.
Well, how did it go, Iscovescu?
I beg your pardon?
Any luck this time?
Luck? I must wait 7 more years to enter the United States.
The Romanian quota is very small and very crowded.
Yes, I know that. But 7 years, this heat, this filth with these flies, and this prison sentence.
What are your plans?
Oh, I don't know. Find a cheaper hotel. Wait.
Try the Hotel Esperanza. Paint is peeling, the faucets drip. There are no shades on the light bulbs. But what do you expect at $1 a day? If you can get a room.
Is such a wretched place hard to get into?
It's crammed with people wanting to get into the States.
Esperanza.
Tell him I sent you.
Who are you?
Inspector Hammock.
Inspector Hammock?
Of the United States Immigration Department, yeah. Good luck, Iscovescu.
Why don't you watch where you're driving?
Why don't you watch where you're walking?
You American tourists with your high-powered station wagons.
This isn't a high-powered station wagon, and it isn't mine. I borrowed it from the school.
You don't also deny that you are an American, do you?
I gather you don't like Americans.
Very little.
Well, I'm sorry. Good day. And the next time, watch where you're... Oh, my station!
And the next time, madam, watch where you're going.
Oh, what a mess.
Good day. Bartender, tequila here.
And now we present the dance sensation of the Riviera.
Anita!
And Disco Vesco.
Anita! Well, how good to see you again. How on earth? Wait, the last time we were together was in 1939 in Cannes.
Ah, you remember that.
Oh, yes, of course.
Where are you staying, George?
Oh, a charming drain pipe known as the Esperanza.
I served time there.
Oh, how long for your quota?
I don't know. I didn't wait for my quota.
How did you get in?
You see this diamond ring?
Magnificent.
I married an American, a jockey of all things.
And what?
And simple. Marry an American and you get into the country in 4 weeks.
As easy as that?
This town is full of American women, George. Once over the border, you just get a divorce.
Did you?
Of course. In America, we could be wonderful together, George.
Bartender, anything the lady wants. I must go.
No, George, where?
The village garage. I have a sudden definite interest in a wrecked station wagon there. Oh, excuse me, madam.
What? Oh, it's you again.
Yes, I had to come here. You see, I feel partly to blame for your car being here in the garage.
Don't upset yourself about
No, please, I'm very sorry to have helped spoil your vacation.
it. Weekend. I've only the weekend off from school.
A student?
Oh, no, I'm a teacher.
Oh.
In fact, I even borrowed the station wagon from school. And now look at it.
Oh, I'm sincerely sorry.
Well, I'd better make a phone call. My folks at home will be worried about me.
Yes, of course they will. Your parents? And perhaps your husband?
Oh, no, I'm not married.
My name is Iscovescu.
I'm Miss Brown.
George Iscovescu.
Emmy Brown.
That's much better now.
You see, we Americans aren't really so awful.
Miss Brown, would you take off your hat, please?
Why, what an odd request.
Wouldn't the school board approve?
Well, all right. There.
Amazing.
What?
She had the same hair, only it was always blown by the wind that winter at St. Moritz.
Who were you talking about?
Miss Brown, you thought I was bitter when we met today.
You weren't sweet.
It was because I saw another woman in your face. Margot.
Margot?
Yes, Margot. Oh, that's over now. Keep looking at me, please. It's like a clean, fresh mountain breeze on a stifling day.
You're the strangest man.
Perhaps the loneliest.
Well, I think perhaps I'd better be looking for lodgings if I'm not going to spend the night in the marketplace.
Let me try the Esperanza. I have some influence there.
Come in, George.
Anita, what are you doing in my room, Anita?
I took the room next door, and the connecting door was unlocked.
Oh, so you take the only remaining room in the hotel. No wonder Miss Brown must spend the night on a leather couch in the lobby.
Miss Brown.
Well, never mind. What do you want?
I've been thinking about you, darling. How you held me when we danced. Those gigolo eyes of yours. You cold, selfish, scheming, exciting. Oh, George, we could be wonderful together.
Anita, you can help me.
How?
That wedding ring on your finger.
What do you want it for? Miss Brown?
Of course. Time is short. I told you she's asleep on a couch in the lobby. I must speak to her. And I must have the ring. Understand?
Take it.
Thank you.
Any means at all to accomplish our aim, George. Good luck with Miss Brown.
Amy. Miss Brown.
Oh, is it morning?
No, but I've been sitting here all night, Miss Brown, watching you sleep on that couch.
Oh, no. You've no right to be here.
No right to be here. No right to sit watching your face, learning it like a poem.
Oh, you must go away, please, right now.
Oh, you mustn't be afraid, Miss Brown. We are alike, we two. Like two trains, halted for a moment at some mysterious station in the darkness, but we are going in different directions. We can't change our course any more than we can hold back the dawn.
It is getting light, isn't it?
Yes, soon they'll be waking up. The shops will open. Your car will be repaired. And you will be gone forever. But to have seen you was to see the sun rise once more, to hear the enchantment of a woman's voice, to feel her nearness, the warmth of her lips.
No, please.
Look at your hand, Emmy. The left one.
A wedding ring?
Yes. I put it on your hand while you slept. It was my mother's.
Oh, how sweet.
Amy, I've been so terribly lonesome.
Other people are lonesome too, George. And I've always known deep in my heart that someday there'd be someone waiting for me. Even at the end of the world.
And is this that end of the world, Amy?
And the beginning, George.
Oh, Amy, my darling. See, it's growing light.
Morning. You were right, darling. We couldn't hold back the dawn. For here it comes at last.
Yes, at last.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of Hold Back the Dawn, starring Charles Boyer with Vanessa Brown, and introducing the director of the film, Mitchell Lyson.
George, darling, order me another drink and listen to this. It's too precious.
Now, Anita, perhaps I should resent you reading my wife's letters aloud to me in a bar.
Oh, but listen, will you? 4 more weeks, darling, and then you can join me here in California and we'll be together forever. Lovingly, darling, your wife, Emmy.
My wife is wonderful. Never see her? Write her a few letters, call her up once or twice. And once across the border...
We'll be on our merry way to New York.
With a short stop in Azusa. Half an hour, long enough to tell Amy of a love that was too great to last. A mistake that was too lovely not to have been made.
That she was too good and you were too low.
Half an hour, Anita. She'll brush off like a drop of rain.
Oh, you swine.
Everybody having a good time?
Uh-oh. Inspector Hammer.
Hello, folks. Hello, Escovescu. Remember me?
Oh, of course. The immigration officer.
How's the hotel I recommended?
Fifth, eh?
How are you, Anita? How's your husband?
Fine.
Is he still in the cast?
Cast? What cast?
You mean you don't know he was hurt in a race at Santa Anita?
We are divorced.
No. That beautiful love match? Isn't it a shame how love cools off the minute people get into the United States?
Well, will you excuse me, please? I really must...
From now on, we're going to be very harsh on people who marry for immigration and not for love.
Well, excuse me, I just remembered I must write several important letters in my room. Forgive me, please.
Surprise, George.
Amy.
Surprise.
Amy, but I wasn't expecting you.
I know. I brought you a wedding cake.
Oh, all the way from Azusa?
Mother baked it.
Oh, bless her.
My principal gave me a week off for a honeymoon with you. He gave me the station wagon again.
Bless him, too.
A I'm going to stay here a whole week with you.
Stay here? A week? Oh, no.
Well, what's
no.
the matter, dear?
Well, I won't let you stay here. You see, it's horrible.
I don't mind.
Oh, this place is for cockroaches, for despair, for hammocks.
Hammocks?
Well, did I say that? It's a kind of scorpion. Yes, you know, this is in every respect no place for us to begin our lives together.
Oh, George.
Darling, you came for a honeymoon? We'll go on a honeymoon. A whole week.
George, darling, listen to the windshield wipers.
Well, they're all right, aren't they?
Listen to their rhythm. They seem to be saying, together, 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 together. Can you hear it?
Yes, I can hear it.
Oh, George, there's a sweet old Mexican church. I'd like to go in for a minute. Please.
All right, if you like.
I'm sorry if I cried in church, George. I was so happy.
I'm very glad.
George, this olive tree beside the walk.
Yes?
Stop here. They say if married couples shake the tree, however many olives fall, they'll have that many children.
That's a foolish legend, Amy.
Then let's be foolish, George. Shake the tree.
Very well. Very well.
1, 2, 3. 3 olives.
Boys or girls?
Well, this one is Joshua, after my father. This one's Helen because I always wanted to be named Helen. I hate Emmy. And this one? What was your father's name?
Gregor.
He shall be Gregor. George.
Yes, Amy?
Kiss me.
Oh, in front of the 3 children?
Yes?
So be it, Amy.
Thank you, George.
You are a curious thing.
I love my husband very much.
It's very strange, but kissing you just now was like kissing fresh snow.
It's nice, sleeping in the station wagon like this.
Well, I'm not sure yet. Romanian I am, but gypsy I am not.
It's a beauteous evening. Calm and free. The holy time is as quiet as a nun.
All of these evenings have been lovely.
But tomorrow, our honeymoon's over. I must go back to the States.
Yes. But only 3 more weeks apart.
I wonder how the immigration authorities would like to be without their wives for 3 weeks.
I've seen their wives. They liked it very much.
Good night, darling.
Good night, Emmy.
I love my husband very much. The Esperanza again. Oh, I hate to see this come to an end.
We'll be together again in 3 weeks. Now, you run up to your room and freshen up. You know you've got a 5-hour drive ahead of you. I'll attend to the car for you.
I'll only be a few minutes, George.
All right.
George!
Anita!
Welcome back. Great news, George. We're leaving for New York and the Club Casanova just as soon as you're over the border.
No, I'm not going right on to New York.
The stopover in Azusa will only be a half hour, you said.
It will be however long it takes.
Oh, George. Don't tell me you like that girl.
Well, let's say I like her enough not to behave like a complete swine for once in my life. I'll join you in New York when I can.
No, George. I will not stand in Times Square and whistle for you.
Now, listen to me.
I'll buzz and rattle, George, like a rattlesnake.
Anita.
Don't tread on me, George. Don't tread on me. May I come in?
Of course. Who are you?
You are Mrs. Escovescu?
Yes, why?
I'd like you to return my wedding ring.
What would I be doing with your ring?
You're wearing it.
This?
That.
Belonged to my husband's mother.
Isn't George wonderful? He always knows how to pluck a heartstring.
What are you talking about? Tell me.
Darling, it was all my idea.
What idea? Tell me.
About his marrying you, just to get across the border.
You're lying.
Read the engraving inside the ring. To toots for keeps.
Get out!
No. Sit down, dear. This is going to be all about you and me and just lots of other women. And George and love. And immigration, darling. Immigration.
Emmy, may I come in?
Come in, George.
Well, the car is all ready to go, dear. And I've just come up to tell...
George. Anita was just here.
Yes?
She told me everything.
What did she tell you?
About the ring. About all the other women. About the way you made your living. About marrying me just to get into the United States.
True enough. Are you going to expose me to the immigration authorities?
No.
Thank you, Emmy. Always been full of words. Large, fancy words. Now, just one word. Thanks.
I've always been full of words, too. Not very fancy. Now just one word, George. Goodbye.
George, can't you do anything besides lie on that bed all day and smoke cigarettes and stare at the ceiling?
Please, Anita, quiet.
George, you look strange.
Be quiet.
What are you staring at?
Emmy.
Emmy?
Emmy! Be careful, look out!
George, what's the matter? Are you sick or something?
Huh? Anita, something's happened to Emmy on the road. What? All at once I saw her. The car spinning and skidding. The brakes screaming.
Oh, nonsense.
I wonder.
I'll go, George.
No, I'll go.
Escovescu.
What, Inspector?
I'm sorry.
My wife? Tell me. My wife?
There's been an accident.
Oh, no.
Where is she?
At General Hospital, Los Angeles.
I must have a car.
You can't cross the border, man.
Who's got a car? Anita, who can lend me a car?
Laura is downstairs at the desk.
Now, get out of my way.
You can't crash the border, man. We'll bring you back and never let you in again.
Get out of my way, I said!
Mr. Escovescu?
Yes, Doctor. How is she? Where's my wife?
In here, but I must tell you, she has no will to live, has no fight in her, no spirit. She hasn't spoken since we brought her in.
Oh, is this a room?
Do what you can.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. Emmy, it's George. I'm here, darling. Emmy, do you hear me, dearest? I'm here. We're together. Remember that night? The car, the rain, the windshield wiper speaking to us. Remember? Together. Now try to breathe. Together. Remember, Emmy? Emmy?
George.
Rest. You must sleep.
Good morning, Mr. Iscovescu.
Good morning, Doctor. I was just going in to see my wife again. How is she?
Your seeing her yesterday worked wonders.
May I go in now?
Certainly.
Thank you, Doctor.
Just a minute there, Iscovescu.
Inspector Hammock.
You crashed the border.
I know.
I came up after you.
Naturally.
You'll never get into the States now.
Good enough.
Unless I forget what I saw. If I can't remember the incident, I can't report it, can I?
Inspector Hammock, you...
Save it. You're the husband of an American wife. You're made for each other, and she's in there. Don't keep an American woman waiting, F. Iscovescu. They don't like it.
Thank you, Inspector.
Good luck, Iscovescu.
Amy.
George, we are together.
Yes, my darling. Always and forever.
George.
Amy, do you know, I love my wife very much.
Our guests will return in just a moment. Next week, the NBC Theater indulges in a little keyhole peeping, all for the sake of laughter. As for the first time on the air, we present the Columbia Pictures comedy, Her Husband's Affairs, and our star will be Lucille Ball. And now, here are tonight's stars, Charles Boyer and Vanessa Brown, and screen director Mitchell Lyson.
Vanessa, you know, one of the most instructive things about working with Mitchell Lyson was seeing a director become an actor.
Did Mr. Lyson really act in Hold Back the Dawn?
Oh, yes, and a very difficult role. He played the part of Mitchell Lyson.
Probably the most abominable casting I've ever done.
Vanessa, as a director, Mitch told us that we must always be prepared to improvise something if we forget our lines.
Certainly, it's the easiest thing in the world.
Certainly. So, when we did the picture, Mitch very carefully memorized his part and then walked in front of the camera for our scene together. And then, do you know what happened?
What?
Nothing.
I forgot my lines.
Well, didn't you improvise something, Mr. Lyson?
Oh, only the most pained expression I've ever seen on a director's face.
So you did the scene again?
Oh, yes, to be precise, 5 times.
Look, I have only one thing to say in my defense.
And that is, Mr. Lyson?
Everything was the director's fault.
No, Mitch, the director was one of the finest in Hollywood. Good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night to you, Charles Boyer, Vanessa Brown, and Mitchell Lyson. Hold Back the Dawn was presented to the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the Technicolor production Streets of Laredo, starring William Holden, William Bendix, and MacDonald Carey, having its world premiere in Laredo, Texas, tomorrow night. Vanessa Brown will soon be seen in the Paramount William Wyler production, The Heiress. Mitchell Lyson's current production is Bride of Vengeance, starring Paulette Goddard, John Lund, and MacDonald Carey. Included in tonight's cast were Raymond Burr, John Daner, and Gene Bates. Hold Back the Dawn was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment, Production, Her Husband's Affairs, Director S. Sylvan Simon, Star Lucille Ball.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting
Bobby
company.
Riggs, the holder of the world's professional tennis championship, plays a dazzling game of tennis. And he handles a razor as smoothly as he does a tennis racket. Bobby Riggs is a brush and lather shaver. He writes me that Colgate lather shaving cream helps give him that smoothness in shaving. Here's his letter.
Want to know why I'm sold on Colgate lather shaving cream, Bill? Because every shave with Colgate lather is sweet and smooth and clean as a whistle. That light, fine-textured shave cream makes wonderful whisker-wetting lather. It gets down in the stubble, softens the whiskers fast, makes shaving a breeze. Yes, sir, Colgate Lather Shaving Cream sure covers the court from baseline to net with speed, smoothness, and real shaving comfort. In my opinion, Colgate Lather is tops.
Thanks, Bobby Riggs. Your experience should get other brush and lather fans to try Colgate Lather Shaving Cream. That's all we ask, fellas. Just try it. Notice the rich, moist lather that the light, fine-textured shave cream makes. How thoroughly Colgate Lather softens your whiskers. When you use Colgate Lather Shaving Cream, you'll find your razor doesn't pull or scrape. Instead, it cuts through clean and smooth, and it leaves your face truly comfortable. Please, get some Colgate Lather Shaving Cream tomorrow. It's the lather shave of champions.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Granite Furniture Company, with stores in Sugar House, Murray, and Provo, presents The Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden. Down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of The Perfect Script. The Granite Furniture Company brings you the Hall of Fantasy. Listen now to original tales of the imagination and some of the classics of the supernatural as we take you down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to the mysterious realms of the unknown. These are stories of eerie and fantastic thrills brought to you by your friends at the Granite Furniture Stores. And now for tonight's story, an original radio drama by Bob Olson entitled The Perfect Script.
It's inspiration, gentlemen. With a proper inspiration, anyone can write a perfect script. In this case, the inspiration is horror.
You have just listened to another in the series of dramas entitled The Perfect Script, a real-as-life story of horror produced by John Marchant. Be sure to listen again next week for another premiere of another Perfect Script.
Well, that wraps up another perfect script.
Yeah, a little too perfect if you ask me. Every time I work one of these shows, I want a police escort to see me home.
There's a Mr. Schenk to see you. Shall I send him in?
Schenk? Oh, the new writer. Yes, send him in, please. Schenk, I'm glad to see you. I'm glad you made it. Have a seat.
Thank you, Mr. Marchant.
Did you decide to accept my terms?
Well, your shows are famous. Sounds like I'm starting at the top.
You are. You realize, of course, that this is a one-time shot.
Yeah, so I understand. No one ever writes two perfect scripts, but why?
Once you've written one, you'll know the answer to that.
It's a queer setup, but it's too good a chance to miss. When do I start?
Immediately. I'll drive you out there myself.
Out where?
In the coast, a few miles to my beach house. You will find it perfect for writing your type of script.
Sounds okay to me.
Fine. I'll order the car. Mr. Maine, call the garage and tell them to have my car ready in 5 minutes. I'll be up at my beach house. I'm taking the new writer. Just call the garage. I won't be back today. Now, shall we go?
Sooner the better.
Trudy must have taken a walk. Trudy's the housekeeper. She spends a lot of time just walking on the beach. She had a terrible shock, poor girl, but she's harmless. Well, it looks as if we'll have to let ourselves in. Trudy? Trudy, are you here?
Here I am, Mr. Marchant.
I knocked. Where were you?
I was asleep.
Well, no matter. This is Mr. Schenk. He'll be with us for a little while. I thought you were taking one of your walks at first.
Tonight?
She's looking for her husband, Pete. He was a pilot and crashed in the sea close to here. Trudy thinks he'll show up.
Oh, he will. Don't you think he will, Mr. Schenk?
That's enough, Trudy. Show Mr. Schenk to his room.
Same room the others have.
Of course. Now hurry. Mr. Schenk probably wants to clean up a bit. He's going to start writing, so take some cold milk and sandwiches to him. Or would you rather have coffee?
Oh, milk would be fine.
Show him where to find the writing materials, too. He has a big night ahead of him.
I'm sorry to hear about your husband.
It was just a forced landing. He walked away from 3 others. He'll come back someday.
Yeah. Have you heard anything at all?
Oh, yes. He sent me his ring. That's the signal we had to let me know he was coming home.
How did he send it, Trudy?
The ocean brought it.
The ocean?
Yes, a little boy found it on the beach.
You mean a ring was washed up on the beach?
Some poor man was washed ashore. He had it on his hand. Probably a friend of Jack's. Many flyers were killed during the war, you know.
Yeah, I know. So, this flyer was washed ashore. Didn't they identify him?
No, he was in the sea too long.
Well, did you see the body?
They wouldn't let me. They said it was too horrible.
Yeah, I can well imagine.
This is your room, Mr. Schenk. They all used this room.
Who all used it?
All the writers of John, Mr. Marchant's scripts.
Oh, it's a very nice room. Nice view of the ocean from here. Yeah, I think I'll throw open this window and get some fresh air.
Here's the clean linen, typewriter and paper, and here's a pitcher of milk.
Ah, thanks. Yep, this is sure a fine place to do a bit of writing.
Mr. Schenk.
Yeah, Trudy?
I'm sorry you came here.
Really? Well, I'm sorry if you don't like me, Trudy.
I do like you. That's why I'm sorry you came.
Yeah, nice folks. Well, if I can't write a script here, I can't write it anywhere. What more can a man ask? A little more about Trudy, and I wouldn't be able to write the date. Too bad, too. She's really not bad looking. Kind of pretty, in fact. Yeah, well, when a mind cracks, there's nothing much anyone can do about it. Now for the perfect script. Yeah, February 16th. Good start. The Perfect Script by Peter Schenk. Yep, you're on your way. A Marchant production is a very auspicious beginning. First inkling I had of any plot was when the deluded housekeeper told me that she wished I hadn't come. What has happened to the writers of the other perfect scripts, I wonder? If I had any sense, I'd scram out of here.
Jack.
That's Trudy. She's running down the beach, looking for her dead husband. I think I'll just follow her and see what happens.
Jack.
Trudy!
Jack.
No, Trudy, it isn't Jack.
It isn't Jack.
Sorry, Trudy.
But he will come someday, won't he?
Yeah, he will. Yeah, let's sit down a bit. This running in the sand is very tiring.
Jack isn't dead, is he?
Certainly not in your thoughts, Trudy. Well, you watch the sea a lot, don't you?
I must watch the sea. I wouldn't want to miss it.
Yeah, I know. I spend a lot of time watching the sea myself. It's mighty indifferent, the sea. Well, Trudy, shall we start back? Jack won't come tonight. Maybe tomorrow night. Yeah, maybe the sea will give in to you tomorrow.
You think so? Do you think he'll come back tomorrow? Tell me he'll come back tomorrow. Johnny said he'd never come back. Johnny lied, didn't he?
Johnny? Who's Johnny?
He's...
Oh, here you are. Are you ready to get started on that script?
Oh, Sean, where did you come from?
I say, shall we get started on that script?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I've already started. Hey, what was that?
What was what?
I saw the shadow of a man diving behind that sand dune.
George.
Trudy, be quiet. Trudy always imagines she sees things at night. I think you're having the same trouble, Schenk. That was just the moon shifting a new shadow across the sand. There's nobody around here closer than 5 miles.
No, it was a man.
It was a shadow, Schenk, nothing but a shadow.
Yeah, okay. Shadow. Mr. Marchand, I don't think Trudy was very happy to see me come out here.
Why do you say that?
Well, she told me she wished I hadn't come. What do you mean by that?
Mean? How do I know what she meant? Trudy's always afraid someone's going to take her away from here before she finds her husband. Pay no attention to it.
There's George again. Oh, you hurt me.
I think we'd better get back to that script, Schenk. Are you ready?
You know, on second thought, Mr. Marchand, maybe I can't cut it. Maybe I better try some other show at first till I get good enough for the perfect script show.
Nonsense. You'll never be any more ready than you are right now.
Yeah, I know, but...
The script, Mr. Schenk, will be perfect. And you will write it. You are listening to The Perfect Script by Bob Olson in tonight's journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy, presented by the Granite Furniture Company with stores in Sugar House, Murray, and Provo. Now back to tonight's story, entitled The Perfect Script.
Come in.
Now, for that script.
Yeah, better get started, huh?
I thought you told me you'd already started it.
Well, not perfect enough. I tore it up.
You shouldn't have done that. I wanted to see it. Maybe I could have offered you some suggestions.
No, it wasn't any good. Just a false start.
I see. By the way, I noticed you were taking in the view from your window.
Yeah, I was fascinated by the way the moonlight topped those whitecaps. Very pretty.
I should think you'd have gotten enough of watching the ocean in 29 months.
Just a habit, Mr. Marchand, just a habit.
Tell me, what else did you see?
See? Nothing.
You lie.
I do.
Never mind. It's of no consequence now. Let's get busy with that script.
Before we do, Mr. Marchand, I have a question to ask you.
Well, what is it?
Whatever happened to your other writers?
Why do you ask that?
Well, frankly, I've been thinking of my future.
Very practical, Schenk.
And what did happen to them?
I found a place for them.
A place? What sort of a place?
A very satisfactory place, Mr. Schenk.
And you intend to find such a place for me?
Indeed I do. Fear not, my young friend. You shall have just such a place.
Marchand is gone. Cards are on the table. Yeah, he's even bolted the doors. For some strange reason, I can't budge the windows or even smash the panes. I know he plans to kill me. To produce such a horror in this room that he'll have the actual passionate record of a terrified and dying man. But just how he intends to bring it about, I don't quite know. I've just poured myself a glass of cold milk. Yeah, but this I do know. This script is written by Peter Schenk, a very mediocre writer, but one with enough talent to find an enthusiastic audience in the Los Angeles Police Department.
Now, Mr. Schenk, you will begin your script in earnest.
And you seem to be collaborating in earnest. What's that in your hand, an Army 45?
I am not a ballistics expert, Mr. Schenk. I must confess my ignorance. All I know about this weapon is that it's very deadly.
Yeah, it's an Army 45. Very deadly piece of merchandise.
You find something amusing?
Yeah, I was just thinking, Mr. Marchand, what a dirty trick it'd be if I should let you kill me and make you write your own perfect script.
Oh, I don't intend to kill you, Mr. Schenk.
You don't? Then why the gun?
This gun will keep you here until I'm through with you.
I've no fear of anything I can live through, Mr. Marchand.
Death is sometimes preferable. I have enough skill with this Army 45, as you call it, to make any movement on your part an extremely painful one. From there on, I have someone who might inspire the fear you spoke of.
You mean our shifting shadow, George?
Exactly. George has a cozy little apartment below ground. I hope he doesn't disturb you.
Oh, so George is the inspiration for the horror you spoke of.
Mm-hmm. George is very helpful.
You know, Marchand, you strike me as being rather stupid.
I'm sorry you think so.
Yeah, you want a script written, a perfect script. You engage me to write that script in the face of a torture and death from which you give me no chance to escape. You know, you ought to put a bonus on this thing. Give me a little incentive.
That will not be necessary. I'm quite certain that in approximately 5 minutes you'll need no incentive.
5 minutes? What's that got to do with it?
You were observed pouring and drinking a glass of milk a few minutes ago. True?
Yeah, I guess that's right. Wait, you mean that you...
Poison? No, Mr. Schenk. Just a little potion to deaden the willpower. In exactly 4.5 minutes, you will act only on the power of suggestion. Does that strike you as stupid, Mr. Schenk?
You're lying.
Wait and see, or have you something better to do?
I have, you filthy maniac. Why, in 2 minutes I could kill you. Yes, and by heaven I intend...
Stand back! You wouldn't get 2 feet. This is no cat gun. Go ahead. As long as you're alive, you have a chance. Go ahead, commit suicide. See how much good it does.
Now, you're lying, I tell you. Besides, I didn't have any of that milk.
Now, Schenk, you know differently. Just relax. This isn't so bad. You'll even get a thrill out of it. Believe me, don't fight it. You only hurt yourself when you do.
I hope you... you're the craziest of the lot, Marchand. Your sister at least has some trace of feeling. You're just plain mad.
My sister? Who mentioned it to you?
Trudy did, Marchand. Or, Johnny, if you prefer.
You're more shrewd than I thought.
Yeah, you're just careless. You depend too much on the discretion of the insane. They prattle without thinking, Marchand.
It doesn't matter. Think me insane if you like. Maybe I am. You'd be, too, if you had to hide someone like George from the world. But it doesn't matter. As for Trudy, she's mad from heartbreak and shock. She could have been saved if...
Yeah, if you'd let her. Yeah, but it serves your plans better if she isn't too bright.
She's bright enough. She likes milk, too.
You don't mean to tell me that you deliberately keep her doped
No,
out?
she's insane, all right. But every once in a while, I can't depend on it.
You hold a person's life at little value, don't you?
She's the only one who can handle George. She wouldn't do it of her own free will, so I just help her to make up her mind. But your time is up, Mr. Schenk. How do you feel? Your eyes are quite glassy. Soon you won't even be able to talk. Very effective. Very effective.
Yeah, very effective.
And now, Mr. Schenk, shall we start the script?
The script? Oh, yeah. The perfect script. Write it yourself, Marchand.
The typewriter, Mr. Schenk. You're just about to write the finest script radio ever knew.
Yeah, that's right. I want to write, but what'll I write about?
Write just what you see. Explain it in detail. Everything you see and everything you think.
Yeah, but I don't see anything.
Don't you, Mr. Schenk? Then turn around.
Trudy.
And George, Mr. Schenk. George is going to help us with this script. He's quite talented.
What's he going to do?
A beautiful job of murder. Trudy, come with me.
Where are you going?
We won't be far away. George doesn't like to have anyone in the family around to watch him. Do you, George?
Bad blood. Bad blood.
Write it down, Mr. Schenk. There's plenty of time. Be sure to get it all. Here, you might like some fresh air. I'll throw open this window. Special glass, you know. Strong as steel. But you won't need it now. You won't try to escape.
Yeah, I'm in the room with this monster. Marchand did open the window. Easy escape, yet I can't move. I can't leave this chair. I can't even cry out. Write it down. Write it all down. How my brain works like a trip hammer and my body does the bidding of a madman. Yeah, it can't be happening. This is like a dream where you want to run and your legs won't move. George is just staring at me and muttering about bad blood. Yeah, he's staring with those wild eyes as if he were waiting for a signal. Now he sees it. It's Trudy at the window, holding a knife with a blade that looks razor sharp. It's meant for me. I have no will for anything but to stay here and write this cursed script. Yeah, of course it's perfect. Why shouldn't it be? It's a diary of a monstrous murder. I'll never get out of this chair. Will I experience pain? I don't know. The script couldn't be perfect if I didn't.
Hope I do. I want to experience something that hasn't been willed on me by that insane Marchand. Trudy's handing the knife to George. Now she's pointing to me. George turns and faces me. He's walking toward me. Why can't I do something to protect myself?
Bad blood. George have bad blood. Everybody says George have bad blood. George need good blood. Then he be fine. No more bad blood.
Trudy's climbing in the window. There are tears in her eyes. She's watching George. Trudy feels just as I do. Her mind's working, but can't do anything about it. I don't know what it is that Marchand's given us, but it's really hypnotic.
George get good blood now. George need good blood. George need lots of good blood. Then he all right. Then George like everybody else and walk in the sunshine and swim in the ocean just like everybody. And people say to George, "Hello, George. How you today?" And George say, "My blood very good today." George get good blood now.
Trudy's standing there. She's trying to say something to George. Tears are streaming down her cheeks. Trudy doesn't want me to die. I gave her false hope. She'd find her husband. And now Trudy knows that if I die, that hope dies too. Oh, if Trudy only had the will to... what irony. The only person in this room with any power over his body is George. And he has no mind with which to control it. There's Marchand at the window. He looks horrified. Something going wrong with his plan?
Trudy! Trudy, get out of there! You know what George is when any of us watch him? Get out of there before it's too late!
George heard Marchand. He's turning around. He sees Trudy watching him. Sees the tears. His face lights up with anger. He grabs Trudy by the wrist, slashes at her with a knife. Oh, please, please give me the strength to move. Give me the power to get out of this chair. Marchand's standing there. Now he's leaping through the window. I think he's going to try to fight with George. He's rushing at the monster. George brushes him off. As he does, the sharp blade of the knife opens a deep wound in the side of Marchand's neck.
Ow!
Judy's lying on the floor. She doesn't stir. Marchand falls and lays quite still. A pool of blood forms quickly from the gushing wound. The sight of the blood excites George. He kneels over Marchand. Oh, no, I can't write it. It's too horrible. I've never seen a more grotesque sight in my life. I'm going to be sick. Now George is getting up. He's actually smiling. He sees Trudy on the floor, and he stoops to pick her up in his powerful arms. Strokes her hair, just as he did on the beach. His hands leave rich red stains on her face and hair. Now he's setting Trudy down tenderly. He turns towards me.
Now George got good blood. George got Johnny blood. Johnny blood, good blood. Now George like everybody else. George blood very good today.
I tried to say something, but didn't have the power. Perhaps that's what saved my life this time. George had forgotten about me in his exhilaration over getting Marchand's good blood. Yeah, Trudy's dead. No doubt about that. The knife had slashed her from just above the ear to the corner of her mouth. Trudy's dead. I can't help but think that now she'd find Jack at last. Sea isn't so indifferent after all. Oh, this night is interminable. The script soon will be finished. But Marchand will never produce it. Yeah, I had written it well. Couldn't help myself. Had to do it. Be Marchand's final triumph. The worst of all is the quiet description of this room after George had gone, telling about the two bodies. They're going cold. My great fear is that George will come back before this potion wears off. I sat staring at the window, now letting in a chill breeze. Just about convinced myself that George wouldn't be back when... There he was!
The thing I feared was happening. George did remember at last. But Trudy had told him to kill me. And I am still powerless to help myself. This was the story that Marchand had designed for the script. Now he's about to get it. Get it too late to bring him any more of his precious fame.
George do bad things. George forget, Trudy. George forget. George do bad things.
Once more I tried to move but couldn't. All I can do is write. I'd at least leave a record of this thing, so that all the world would know what a half hour of a perfect script had cost the lives of so many people. George is standing over me now. He's raising his arm. The knife blade catches a glint of light, and my eyes are blinded momentarily by the brilliance. George shifts his weight a little to plunge the knife. He pauses and... suddenly, for no reason at all, I think of a road. A road that I walked along in Arizona just a week ago. Free, happy, glad to be alive. And then...
George, fine now.
So runs the tale of The Perfect Script. But remember to join us next week at the same time for another journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear the tale of The Cask of Amontillado.
Tonight's program was an original radio drama by Bob Olson entitled The Perfect Script. Heard in tonight's program were Richard Thorne as Marchand, Carl Grayson as Schenk, Beth Calder as Trudy, and Nelson Hall as George. Musical background was provided by Earl Donaldson. The technical supervisor was Nephi Sorensen. These programs are produced and directed by Richard Thorne. Remember, be with us again next Sunday night on call at 8:30 p.m. when the Granite Furniture Stores in Sugar House, Murray, and Provo will take you on another journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear the tale of The Cask of Amontillado.
Every day. We sing this song, it will make us strong, and it takes a shout, hooray! It's good for growing babies and grown-ups too to eat. For all the family's breakfast, you can see cream of wheat.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
You sent for me, Commissioner?
Yes, sit down, Steve. I suppose you heard about Bill Thorne.
Yeah. They pulled his body out of a river in eastern Panama.
That's right. Bill was one of our best agents and one of your best friends, Steve. I figured you'd want to take over his assignment.
I do.
You've got it as of right now. And I'll give you the background quickly. Oh, Ruth, how about Steve's credentials?
I've got them already, Commissioner. Steve can pick them up at my desk.
Good. Here's the setup, Steve. Shortly before the Japanese surrender, an entire boatload of Japanese weapons disappeared. We have reason to think they're hidden somewhere in Panama, and that whoever has them is willing to sell to the highest bidder.
How many weapons are involved?
Enough to equip 3 divisions.
Well, Bill Thorne must have been getting warm.
Yes, that's obviously why he got killed. Steve, we can't afford to have a hidden cache of weapons that close to the canal.
Who do I work with down there?
Lieutenant Perez of the National Police in Panama City.
Any other contacts who might help me?
One. His name is Emil Fager. He owns a large plantation down there, quite an influential man.
Can we trust him?
In this business, who knows? But he has done several favors for us in the past.
When does my plane leave?
Half an hour. Steve, I don't need to tell you about the danger involved. They've already killed Bill Thorne. They'll be gunning for you, too. As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent. Actually, your job is to find those weapons.
Yeah, and find out who killed Bill Thorne.
Yes. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment, Steve. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company welcomes back to the air Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Steve Mitchell is en route to Panama City by plane. Meanwhile, on a plantation in eastern Panama, near the forbidding and sinister Darien country, two men sit hunched over a powerful radio receiver.
Steve Mitchell departed United States for Panama City. Believe he's taking over job of his late friend.
That does not surprise me, Carrero. I did not think they would let the matter of the weapons drop.
We will try to give Mitchell the same reception here in Panama that we gave his friend Bill Thorne.
Yes. You know what to do, Carrero. At the first opportunity.
Lieutenant Perez, I'm Steve Mitchell from the United States. Here are my credentials.
Si, Senor Mitchell. They appear to be in order. You've just arrived?
Yeah, my plane landed about a half an hour ago.
Please, sit down, Senor.
Thanks. Say, is it always this hot in Panama?
Oh, no, Senor. It gets much hotter than this.
Great.
I presume you wish information about Senor Bill Thorne?
That's right.
Well, I'm afraid there is very little I can tell you, Senor. Thorne's body was recovered from a river in the Darien country in eastern Panama.
Was he already dead when he was pulled out of the river?
No, not quite, but he lasted only a few seconds more.
Look, was he able to say anything at all about what had happened?
No, Senor. He only mumbled something about San Miguel. Then he died.
San Miguel? What did he mean?
Well, I do not know, Senor. It is very mystifying. However, there is an Indian village called San Miguel inland in the Darien region. Here, it is at this point on the map.
Well, how would I go about getting to San Miguel?
Oh, Senor, that is very bad country.
What do you mean?
Well, the Darien country to the east, it is very wild. One can travel only by train or boat. And the Indians are very savage. Many people who enter that country are never seen again.
It wasn't an Indian who killed Bill Thorne. But you still haven't told me how to get to San Miguel.
Then you are determined to go?
Of course.
In that case, I will accompany you. Now, let me see. I think we should notify Senor Fager of our intentions.
Fager?
See, we will journey up this river, and here we will pass through land which is owned by him.
Oh.
It is customary to notify him when someone undertakes such a trip.
Would that be Emil Fager?
See, Emil Fager. Why, do you know him, Senor?
I know of him. Matter of fact, I was told I might contact him for help.
Oh, he has always been very cooperative about such things. Yes, we will go see him. He happens to be here in Panama City at present. He is staying at the International Hotel.
Where's that?
On the Cinco de Mayo Plaza in the center of town. We can walk there.
In this heat?
Oh, but, Senor...
Yeah, I know. It gets much hotter than this.
I thought we would find Senor Fager here in the lobby. That is he, the fat gentleman sitting in that chair by the window.
Oh, he believes in service. I wish I had a guy to fan me.
See, that is Senor Fager. Good afternoon, Senor.
Lieutenant Perez. But I fail to see anything good about the afternoon, sir. With this infernal heat.
Well, you should be accustomed to it by now, Senor.
Oh, I seem to feel it more when I come into town, Senor. On my plantation, it doesn't bother me. But here, I must take Pepito and his fan wherever I go. Pepito, turn around. Fan the gentleman.
Senor, I would like to introduce Senor Steve Mitchell, a correspondent from the United States.
Delighted to make your acquaintance, sir.
Mr. Fager?
Well, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Senor Mitchell desires to see some of the Darien country. I have offered to take him up the river with me.
The Darien country? Oh, you're an adventurous man, Mr. Mitchell. That region is not generally considered to be suitable for an outing.
So I'm told. I understand you have a plantation somewhere up there.
Oh, see, on this edge of the region, it's fairly civilized there, but beyond lies territory that not even I have ever set foot in. Pepito, you are lagging. Faster, faster.
You know, this is the closest thing to a breeze I've felt since I left home. As we will be passing through your land part of the way, I thought I should ask your permission, Senor Vega.
Granted, of course. Glad to have you, gentlemen. At least that portion of your journey will be safe. Would you like me to send one of my men with you?
I don't think that'll be necessary, Mr. Fager. Thanks just the same.
Oh, at least let me put one of my boats at your disposal.
Well, you are most kind, Senor.
Not at all, Lieutenant. As you know, I am always willing to cooperate with the authorities in anything at all. Anything at all.
Wow. This isn't getting any cooler, Perez. No, Senor. As you see, the streets are nearly deserted this time of day. Everyone seeks refuge from the heat. Yeah. I noticed that this street wasn't exactly crowded. Hey, here's a doorway. Let's get out of the sun a minute, huh? Of course, Senor. What do you know? What is it, Senor? Wouldn't you know it? 10 degrees hotter than a Turkish bath, and some joker builds a chimney on his house. Chimney? Oh, but, Senor, there are no chimneys in Panama City. No. Look out in the middle of the street. See the shadow of that building across the way? Oh, that is no chimney, Senor. Chimneys do not move. Hey, that's a man up there on the roof. He's got a knife. Get down, get down.
It hit the door right over your head.
Yeah. 2 inches lower, and I'd have gotten a haircut the hard way.
Yeah. Did you get a look at him?
Just a glimpse of his face. Ah, the roofs are close together in this part of the city. He could be a block away by now. Yeah. Well, Senor, it would appear someone objects to your presence in Panama City. That doesn't surprise me much. Well, come on, Perez. Let's get outfitted and start that trip up the river to San Miguel. You know, this is not exactly like boating on the Potomac, Perez. Look at that jungle. I'd sure hate to get lost in there. Oh, it is an easy thing to do, Senor Mitchell. The only trails in there are made by the Indians, and they are well concealed. You say the Indians in this area are hostile? Most of them. There isn't any intrusion on what they consider their country. And, of course, the Indians are not the only danger in there. No? There are always the snakes. Snakes? Oh, yes, Senor. This jungle is full of them. Many varieties, but most of them are quite deadly. Oh, fine. Well, we should be getting close to San Miguel. We have but a few more hours of daylight, and because of the rocks, it is very dangerous to navigate the river at night. Well, I'm not hankering to be out in this stuff at night. These mosquitoes don't help things either.
Mitchell, someone is shooting at us from the jungle.
Get down in the boat.
You see where it came from?
See where it came from? I can't even see where we're going.
We must keep control of the boat.
Yeah. As soon as he shoots again, I'll take a quick look over the side and see where we're going. Hey, that went right through the boat. Look, Perez, it doesn't matter where we're going. This boat's a death trap. I think we'd better slip over into the water on the other side of the boat here. We'll be a little more sheltered that way.
Si, senor. Look out. Huh? That rock ahead of us.
Yeah, get clear, get clear.
Oh, the boat is done for. Into the water.
Okay. Yeah. Perez, where are you?
Right here, senor.
You okay?
See.
Try to swim underwater. Head for the other bank. Perez, where'd the slug hit you?
In the shoulder.
Here. Let me get my arm under you.
Mitchell, don't try to save me. You are making a target of yourself.
Yeah. Here. Okay.
Yeah.
Got my arm under you now.
But, Mitchell...
Shut up and relax. I'm going to try over behind this rock.
Senor, I'm getting weaker.
Hold on, Perez. Just a little longer. There. We made it. Good. This rock will shelter us from Trigger Boy for the time being. How you doing, Perez?
Oh, I'm afraid I have lost quite a little blood, senor.
Well, wad up your shirt and hold it over the wound.
See?
Yeah, that's it. Hey, I can touch bottom here. Look. Just lay over on my shoulder and I'll carry you out of the water.
All right.
Here we go. We're going to be exposed for a second or two, but we can't help it. I don't think he can spot us in this underbrush. How far do you think we are from this village of San Miguel?
Oh, it can only be a mile or two.
Good. Okay. Come on, get up on my back now.
Oh, no, senor. Please do not try to carry me. Leave me here and send help for me.
Oh, fine. I'm sure the snakes around here would love to see you.
But you cannot carry me all that way.
Well, I'll admit playing piggyback with a sniper after us isn't my idea of fun. But at least we've got the river between us. Come on now. Here, up you go.
Yeah.
Can you see the village yet, Perez?
See. It is in that clearing just ahead.
Good. This is sure the longest mile I've ever walked in my life. Yeah, I see it now. Hey. All the huts are up on stilts.
Extranjeros vienen!
Uh-oh. Looks like we've got a reception committee coming towards us.
The man in front, I think he is their chief. We had better stop here at the edge of the clearing.
Okay. I'll put you down here.
Yep.
There. Can you stand all right?
Yes. I think so. Senor Mitchell, for bringing me to safety, Gracias, senor.
Here they come.
Silencio!
What you want, senores?
Some help for my friend here, and some information.
You come as friends?
Yes. Believe me, Chief, we're in no position to do harm to anyone right now.
Blas! Si. Have that one's wound cared for?
Si. Can you walk, senor?
Si.
Come with me.
I'll check with you in a couple of minutes, Perez.
Si, senor.
Thank you, Chief.
What you want to ask me, senor?
Chief, a friend of mine was killed near here a few days ago. His name was Thorne, Bill Thorne.
I remember him.
Well, he came to see you?
Si, senor.
Why?
He wanted to ask me about mystery of San Miguel.
Mystery of San Miguel? Well, I guess he got killed trying to find out what that mystery was. I've taken over for him. Now, what can you tell me about it?
2-3 years ago, 20 my best men walk into jungle. Disappear. Never see again.
They disappeared without a trace?
Si, senor.
Oh, why did they go into the jungle?
White man offer them job working for him in mine in jungle.
A mine? You know who the white man was?
No, senor.
Is the mine around here anywhere?
Si. It's down river not far from here. But mine is deserted.
Look, would you furnish me a guide who could take me to that mine?
Si. I will send Blas. He is best man I have.
Thanks, Chief. I'd like to start right now. I'd hate to be trying this alone, Blas. You can't even see these trails from 10 feet away.
Si, senor. We keep them well concealed. We do not wish enemies to use them.
You have any idea what kind of work these men from your village were doing at this mine we're heading for?
No, senor. Once I saw some of them going downriver on a large boat.
Could you see what was on the boat?
Big boxes.
Big boxes, huh? Yeah, that could have been the weapons.
Aye, here we are, senor.
What?
Here's the mine.
Where? I don't see anything.
Right over there, senor.
Is that it?
See?
No wonder I couldn't see it. It's all blown over with underbrush. Sure haven't been operating for a long time. Here, I'll take a look. Hey, the shaft's completely caved in. No chance of finding out what's down there now, I guess.
Senor.
Huh?
The birds.
What?
We are being followed.
What? Are you sure about that?
I am sure.
What was that?
Stand still, senor. Now I see him.
Who?
Look, over against that tree.
Holy smoke, what's that?
Iguana, senor.
What?
Iguana, a giant lizard.
You call that thing a lizard? It's 5 feet long.
Si, si.
Look at him go.
Si, senor.
Brother, remind me never to spend a vacation here. Well...
Wait. birds do not stop singing for iguana. Listen.
Yeah, I hear it. Someone coming through the brush.
Senor, you get over behind that tree. I will lie beside the trail here with my machete.
Okay. Can you see anything?
See. He's a man. He's carrying a rifle.
Probably the same sniper.
Quiet. Here it comes.
No.
Brother, you sure made short work of him, Blas.
He would have made short work of us, senor.
Yeah. Hey, I recognize his face. That's the guy who chucked a knife at me in Panama City yesterday afternoon.
You know this man?
No, but here, maybe there's something here in his pockets that'll give us a lead on who he is. Just this picture.
Picture of himself?
Yeah. That girl he's with isn't bad either. Well, come on, Blas. Let's get back to the village. Look, I'm going to ask the chief if I can keep you with me to help me take Perez back to Panama City. I've got to get back there and make out my report.
Steve's report's coming in from Panama City, Commissioner.
Good. Let's have it, Ruth.
Here you are.
Great job you sent me on, Commissioner. To date, I've had a knife thrown at me, been shot at, and nearly drowned. Good Lord.
You know, that guy can get into trouble easier than anyone I know.
Even the lizards are chasing me.
He's just irresistible, I guess.
Perez wounded, but not seriously. Located mine, which looked like promising hiding place for weapons, until I found it had been deserted for years.
Here's the rest of it.
I'm back in Panama City with Perez now. On our way over to the International Hotel to notify Emil Fager about the loss of his boat. We'll keep you informed.
We are very sorry about the loss of your boat, Senor Fager.
Nonsense. It was unavoidable, Lieutenant. And I have other boats. You were both very fortunate to escape with your lives, gentlemen.
You can say that again, Mr. Fager. But at least that river was cool.
Where did you say this incident occurred, Senor Perez?
Oh, about 20 miles past your plantation, Senor.
Yes. That's bad country up there. Makes a perfect hiding place for outlaws and cutthroats. Any idea why that sniper should be shooting at the two of you, sir?
No, none.
Must have been a nasty wound you got, Senor Perez.
See, my shoulder still pains, but it is much better now.
Come on, Perez. We better be going. I'll see you later, Fager. And thanks again for the use of the boat.
Oh, you're quite welcome, sir. It is just unfortunate your adventure had such a disastrous ending. But do not hesitate to call on me again if you need anything.
Thank you.
I looked up the registration papers on the deserted mine as you requested, Senor Mitchell.
What'd you find out?
Well, it was owned by Manuel Carrero, and the foreman was Eduardo Avila.
Either of those names mean anything to you?
No, not that of Manuel Carrero, but I do know Avila. He has been arrested several times this last year on charges of drunkenness. He frequents the bars on the Avenida Central.
Good. Let's go over there and see if we can run him down.
There is Avila, Senor Mitchell, over at the corner table with the woman.
Well, our luck's good, Perez, finding him in the third bar we tried. Hey, who's that girl he's with?
I do not know, Senor. She's just a Blue Moon Queen.
A what?
Blue Moon Queen. That is what we call them here. Girls who frequent these bars and get men to buy drinks for them. Why do you ask, Senor?
Because she happens to be in the picture I took out of the dead sniper's pocket.
What? Are you sure of that?
Take a look at it. Here.
See, you are right.
Come on.
Eduardo Avila?
What do you want?
As you know, I am Lieutenant Perez of the police.
What has Eduardo done?
I will ask the questions, senorita.
I've done nothing.
Were you not once the foreman of a mine up the river near the edge of the Darien country?
That mine has not been operated for years.
What kind of a mine was it?
Why don't you leave me alone? All the time the police, they arrest me, lock me up. Why don't you leave me alone? All I want is to be left alone.
Avila, come back here. Let him go for now, Perez. I want to talk to the little lady here.
What you want with me?
Take a look at this picture. Who's that man with you?
I do not know.
Come on, quit stalling.
I tell you, I do not know.
Senorita, allow me to point out, if you do not tell us, I will have to arrest you. I believe you are acquainted with our jail. I'm certain you would not like to return. Now, who is the man in that picture with you?
Carrero.
What? Let's have that again.
Manuel Carrero.
Mitchell.
Yeah. Thanks, senorita. Come on, Perez.
Senor Mitchell, Manuel Carrero was the man who was listed as the owner of that mine.
Yeah, the same guy who threw a knife at me and was shooting at us in the river. I wish he'd lived long enough to fill in a few details.
After you, senor.
Thanks.
What do you think of this foreman we just talked to, Avila? He impresses me as a man who knows something he is drinking to forget.
Yeah. I wonder if he's trying to forget those 20 natives who disappeared from San Miguel. You know, all of this seems to tie into that mine. Have you still got those registration papers on it?
See, in my office.
Good. I want to take a look at them.
Here are the papers on the mine, senor. As you see, Carrero is listed as the owner, Avila is foreman. But now that Carrero is dead, I'm afraid...
Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, that is a map of the area surrounding the mine and a diagram of the mine. It is required by law to...
Hey.
What is it, senor?
Take a look at this diagram. See? Here's the mine shaft indicated here.
Yeah? The one you discovered to be caved in?
Yeah. But look over here. Right around the bend of the river.
Another entrance to the mine.
Yeah, a side door. Look, can you get me another boat?
Why, of course, but...
That Indian guide Blas is still here in Panama City, too.
Senor Mitchell, you think the weapons are stored in that mine after all?
I don't know. That's what I'm going back up the river to find out.
We are very near to the shore, senor.
Yeah, Blas. I'm keeping the boat in as close as I can. I don't want to miss that mine entrance. We should be getting warm, according to this map. Look, there's the bend in the river just ahead.
Yes, senor, I see the entrance. Right over there. In the side of the river bank.
Oh, yeah. Brother, you'd never spot that in a million years unless you knew right where it is. It's all covered with underbrush.
See.
Okay. Tie up to that branch. We'll take a look.
See. There.
Okay, come on. Well, here we are.
It's very dark in town.
Yeah. I got a flashlight. I'll go first. It's a cinch this part of the mine hasn't been abandoned for years. Look at the footprints in the dirt. Wait a minute. Tunnel takes a turn to the left here.
See, it is widening out a little, senor.
Yeah, I think... Hold it. Holy smoke. Look at that. Rifles, machine guns, grenades. The works. Well, I've got to hand it to Carrero. He picked a good hiding place. Let's have a look.
Senor, look.
Huh?
Look on the ground there. The bones, they're all around us.
Yeah. Skeletons. A lot of them. Yeah, I guess that solves the mystery of San Miguel, Blas. 20 men from your village walked into the jungle and disappeared. 20 men who were hired to bring the weapons here and then were killed to shut their mouths.
One of those skeletons, senor, once was my brother.
I didn't know that, Blas. I'm sorry.
Senor, somebody is in this mine with us.
Well, I'll douse the light.
Your light is not necessary. I will furnish the illumination. No. Stand quite still, both of you.
Well, Emil Fager, complete with gun.
At your service, Mitchell. Or should I say, you are at mine.
So you're the big boy in the deal, huh?
I knew it was only a question of time until you discovered this entrance to the mine, Mitchell. So I thought it expedient to await you here. and give you the reception you so richly deserve.
Manuel Carrera was just fronting for you with the mine, huh?
He was an employee of mine, and a very inefficient one, as it turns out. Stay close together. I want to keep you both in the beam of my flashlight.
This man, senor.
Yes, boss?
He is the one who killed the men of my village and my brother.
That's right. He's the one, Blas.
Wait, you. Stay where you are. Stand back, I say.
Watch out, Blas. He'll shoot.
What happens to me does not matter.
Get back. Drop that machete.
I avenge my dead brother!
Throw your machete. Throw it. You knocked the gun out of his hand. I've got it.
Oh, let go of me, Mitchell. You
Sure. Now, let go of your right. Now. You okay, Blas?
See, this one is nothing. Just my leg.
Well, this is the second time you've saved my life, Blas. I hope it's the last time. Believe me, I don't want to make a habit of it.
Senor, this man Fager, it would give me great pleasure to kill him.
Yes, I know how you feel. But at least he's going to be out of circulation from now on. He's out of the weapon-selling business for good. Well, I guess this puts a new twist on an old saying.
What is that, senor?
He who lives by the sword shall perish by the machete. Oh, come on, Blas. Let's get out of here.
You have just heard the first in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Dunleavy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif, with music by Bruce Ashley and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Dunleavy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Fred Allen visits Bob Hope. Be sure to hear him tomorrow on NBC.
Truth is stranger than fiction. And this is the proof. This is Ripley's. Believe it or not.
Judge Abraham Fuller of Newton, Massachusetts, was so fanatically opposed to debts that when a physician was called to write out his death certificate, the doctor found his fee in the dead man's clenched fist. Believe it or not. In a moment, I'll tell you about an unusual railway. Cable cars in San Francisco have added charm and transportation for many years. Equally unusual is the Cliff Railway near Lynmouth, England. It has 900 feet of rails bolted to the solid rock of a cliff, and its two cars are operated with water. Water flows into the tank of the car at the top, and as it starts down, it pulls up the other car, which has been lightened by draining its water tank. Believe it or not.
And now here's something of interest to everybody. For breathless moments, for your breathless moments,
Chew Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Dentine tastes so good.
Dentine freshens your breath.
Dentine helps keep your teeth sparkling clean and white.
Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Before you go out, and always after eating, drinking, smoking, refresh your breath with Dentine. You'll love Dentine chewing gum, for Dentine has a wonderful, tingling, nippy flavor that lingers on and on. It's delicious. And remember, Dentine helps keep your teeth white, too. Keep Dentine handy. You'll enjoy refreshing your breath when you chew Dentine. So, for breathless moments, for your breathless moments,
Chew Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.